这里嘛。来啦来啦！请下令。 大扫除时间，大扫除时间，耶！行动中，耶！哼，在哪里呢？哼，让开，就是现在。 相比胜利，大家平安无事更令我感到开心。 交给我吧。为您服务，进步是必须的。休想逃掉！啊！请吩咐。大扫除时间，大扫除时间。天真。 为您服务，职责所在。耶！行动。抱歉了，抱歉。 相比胜利，大家平安无事更令我感到开心。
进步是必须的。
啊， 请吩咐。哎，明白。耶！行动中。进步是必须的。先想逃掉。为您服务。轻轻松松。请下令。在哪里呢？乐意照顾。哼。治疗装置就绪，行动中。职责所在。哼。 相比胜利，大家平安无事更令我感到开心。
Just realized my mic was off the entire time for the first 3 missions. That's great. So if you don't like my voice, you can click off the video. But if you do, and you flattered me if you do, let's continue. The helicopter rises through the clouds and reaches its cruising height. I get back inside the cabin and close the door, whereupon the active noise cancelling system installed in all Griffin helicopters engages and includes all outside noise. The sound surroundings make me realize that I've left the combat zone, and it is only that I realize that my hands are trembling, a feeling that is slowly rising from my arms. I clench my fist, doing my best to stabilize my heart rate, and then I begin considering the current situation. Based on what I just saw, the involvement of Paradius, those PMC troops, and the other Helena are all very unnatural. What on earth is Dandelion trying to pull? Where is she trying to steer all this? I look at the flying Dandegate and think about how to get a straight answer out of her. The missile headed at us clearly didn't explode before no reason. From its trajectory and the position where it exploded, someone must have shot it down. In other words, someone secretly saved us, but who could have done that? I ponder the question, but can't come up with anything. Since I have no evidence or proof to support it, all I can do is set it aside for now. So, where shall we go next? I'll ask Centaureissi and Macchiato later. I'm sure they have plans of their own. Should I continue with this transport mission? I look at the box and the other Helena, who looks just like the one I know, but acts completely different. Once we get to a safe place, I'm going to have a good long chat with her about what happened before we got her. After this brief period of contemplation, I look out around the inside of the cabin. This is a standard issue Griffin transport helicopter. Judging by its stability in flight and normal operation of its noise cancellation, this chopper has most likely been maintained in active duty spec from 10 years ago. While the fittings are a little old, they're all pretty much standard issue from back then. Even the first aid kit is the same place. Macchiato heads over to the co-pilot seat and talks to the doll I've never seen before about our flight path. Centaureissi takes the first aid kit from under the seats and begins treating the wounds of the dolls who were damaged in the battle just now. The dolls begin exchanging their names and rejoice over surviving that battle just now. I look at Kofni. She's trying to strike up a conversation with the other Helena, but the latter does not respond in any way, only looking down at the box. She looks uneasy, and I can tell that she's trying to rein in her emotions. She's been secretly observing everyone since we got on the helicopter and thinking about something. The box has been secured to the cabin floor. Zhao Hui looks weirdly at it, and then looks up at the hovering Dandegate. Say, this box isn't going to suddenly change back to, well, its sphere form, right? I've already assumed direct control over the box's authorizations. That said, its occupant might be able to take back control. Who knows? Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly looks up and addresses the Dandegate in an earnest voice. She is already gone. I can no longer sense the lurking unclean. So, she's gone, Dandegate flies in front of the girl's face, its mono eye focusing on her, but the face reflected in the glassy depths does not change. Looks like there's no more danger then. Lucky us. But she has left her burden behind. The box cannot be opened for now. Why? Are you afraid she will replace you? You should not do that if you do not want her to die. After saying that, the girl lowers her head once again and remains silent, no longer listening to Dandelion's teasing. With a sigh, I look away from the conversation to the dolls. Centaureissi has just finished binding Diane's wounds, so I approached them and asked about their condition. Diane, Jiang Yu, are you alright? You don't have to worry about that, Commander. They were merely flesh wounds, as flesh would be. Yup, a band-aid or two and we'll be just fine. Diane's injuries aren't particularly bad, but Jiang Yu has suffered a penetration injury through and through to her leg, so Centaureissi kneels before her and begins administering first aid. She carefully extracts the bullet and its fragments, and then fills the wound channel with packing epoxy and applies a skin patch over the entry and exit wounds. Jiang Yu limbers upon her leg and nods happily to Centaureissi in gratitude. Seeing as Centaureissi has finished first aid for them, I decided to ask her the question that's been on my mind. So, what's the deal with this helicopter? Kinda slow on the uptake, aren't you, Commander? Can't you tell that this present... Well, this is a present that your subordinates have prepared for you. The Dandegate shifts its position to directly over my head. I try to look up, but I can't see her. Is that true? Centaureissi puts the tools back into the first aid kit and looks up at me with a smile. Indeed. We heard that you were working in the yellow zones all this time, so the manager and everyone at Zucchero, if that's how you say it, I don't know if the teaser person said it right or not, decided to chip in and, well, get this for you. We were planning to present it to you when you came to the satellite city, though. However, the situation was urgent and we needed to get here ASAP, so we had to give it to you in this way. Do you like it, Master? The sudden surge of emotions leaves me unsure what to say next. As nostalgia assaults my brain and I look around, I feel like I've gone back 10 years in time. But after seeing the box on the ground and Helena beside me, I realize I'm no longer in the past. Thank you, everyone. Don't forget to thank Springfield. It took a lot of effort to acquire this transport helicopter, you know. After Macchiato finishes talking with the pilot, she heads in front of the pilot's cabin and takes a seat opposite of me. Did she? And your name is now Macchiato. That's my name now. Make sure you remember it. I will, Macchiato. Is Springfield with you as well? Yes, manager is waiting for us in CHE-02. CHE-02. It's one of the satellite cities on the escort route. I look up at Dandegate. It pretends it didn't notice me looking. We should be safe now. Would you like to contact the manager? Yeah, we should. Please put me through. Centaureissi adjusts the transmission frequency and patches the signal into my earpiece. Soon, I hear a familiar voice through. Holy shit! She's in the uniform! Holy fuck! Look at that! I haven't seen that shit in years. Oh my, Commander. It's been a while since we last spoke. Yes it has. Sorry for making you go to all this trouble. You mean go through all this trouble? No one needs to stand on ceremony, Commander. Are things going well on your end? I guess not? You're as funny as ever, Commander. Judging by the fact you're speaking to me over this channel, I take it you've already received your present. Yes, although I have no idea how you managed to hold on to it for so long. It's definitely a big gift, though, and it's definitely appreciated. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I'll make preparations to receive you at the cafe. The cafe? I see. Speaking of which, I've brought a rather complicated bunch of guests with me. Will it be convenient for you? Miss Dandelion has already told me the details of the situation. As for those Helenas, well, they'll need special care. You may need to make some preparations before coming to the cafe. Preparations, you say? I understand. Oh, yes. Regarding the Elmo, I've explained the situation to Miss Mailing and asked her not to worry. You don't need to worry about the rest, though. I've already told the staff members what to do. Just get some rest along the way. We'll deal with any problems that come up when you arrive at Zucchero. Well, that's Springfield for you. She's already taken into account all the things that were worrying me. I nod, then end the call after thanking her. As I take in the view outside the window, a wave of fatigue suddenly washes over me. Apparently, the sense of security I felt from knowing that I was surrounded by my dolls led me to relax unconsciously. I lean against my seat and close my eyes, allowing my consciousness to drift into the depths of my mind. Commander, Commander. An indistinct voice speaks into my ear. It sounds like Helena. I force my heavy-lidded eyes to open and focus my sight on the white-haired girl beside me. There seems to be a film of condensation over my field of vision. Helena? Commander, we've arrived. I move my slightly stiff joints. I hadn't been expecting to sleep so soundly. Then, I look around. Helena's the only one here. Everyone else is gone. Where's everybody? Commander. She bursts into tears. Hey there. Don't cry. What happened? I fumble a little as I try to wipe her tears, but she ends up grabbing my wrist instead. I never imagined a child could be so strong. I can't break free of her grip. Commander, save me. The Helenas deceived. Lies. Oh, hey, don't worry. If anything else, you'll be safe by my side. But if you need my help, then you need to tell me everything, okay? Helena is still sobbing, but she nods. Suddenly, her pupils dilate and the strength fades from her hand. I use this opportunity to regain control of my wrist. Right after that, white mist floods from outside the helicopter. Helena begins muttering to herself as though she's been summoned by something. Helena won't... I'm not a traitor. Before she can finish, she turns and rushes into the mist. I reflexively follow her. As the mist clears, I grind to a halt as I see a seemingly endless expanse of epiphyllums before me. Countless Helenas are walking forward through the flowers. The epiphyllums bloom and petals fall like rain. This beautiful scene is indescribably eerie. Helena! My voice shatters the sounds of the Helenas. As one, they instantly turn to look at me with vacant eyes. Only one of them has the same sad look on her face. You should not have come here. Then leave with me. We'll go together. Helena shakes her head. My destiny is here. Destiny? To hell with destiny! A thought flashes through my head. For some reason, I feel like if I let go of Helena, I'll lose her forever. You are kind, Commander. What on earth are you saying? I pick up the pace until I reach Helena. I need to get her out of this creepy place. I physically will drag her away if I have to. However, no matter how much strength I use, she refuses to budge. The kind die. But you must live. Helena picks an epiphyllum beside her. The soft, lovely flower instantly transforms into a sharp blade that gleams coldly, and she stabs it into my heart without hesitation. I can't dodge the blow, but my chest doesn't hurt. It just feels cold. Helena weeps, and my consciousness grows hazy. I bolt upright, like I've been electrocuted. After gasping heavily for several seconds, I realize that Dandigate is perched on my chest. That's probably where the coldness came from. Were you dreaming? Upon seeing that I'm getting up, Dandigate hops off my chest and takes to the air. I turn and look at the girl in the corner, then at the box, and then quietly sigh. More like a nightmare. I think I was too tense. I'm okay now. Dandelion flies in a circle around my head before descending on my face, before my face again. As long as you're fine. Get ready, we're about to land. I look outside the window again. The helicopter is approaching the city. The doll who Macchiato calls Sharkery is speaking into the communicator. It seems she's talking to the local air traffic controllers. Looking down, I notice that despite us heading straight for the city, the air defense emplacements on the walls are not tracking us, as though we're old friends. That takes me by surprise. It implies that this helicopter has been legally registered and has permission to use the city's airspace. The cost of obtaining such a permission might actually be greater than the price of the helicopter itself. The helicopter slowly descends as we near the city until we end up touching down on the small helipad near the city walls. After stepping out of the helicopter, the massive quarantine walls fill my line of sight. As I look around, I notice that all nearby security cameras are facing elsewhere as several men in police uniforms approach us. Macchiato moves up to meet them and stuffs several black cards into their hands. The men nod before heading toward the helicopter. They walk past us as though we were invisible and enter the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter lifts off and, well, flies elsewhere. Come with me, Commander. Miss Diane, Miss Zhang Yu, and Miss Zhao Hui, Sharkery will take you to the Zucchero Cafe. It's a safe place where you can rest for a while. Commander. Go rest. I'll come by afterwards. Diane nods, and the trio of dolls head into the passage with Sharkery. Meanwhile, Macchiato enters a passcode into a nearby door before beckoning me over. I enter it with her, followed by Coffany, who is holding Helena's hand. Centaureissi is at the rear of the group, carrying the box on her back. After passing through a rundown maintenance passage and taking a cargo elevator into an underground area, we arrive at a small storage unit. There is a 6-seater light truck inside it. We mount up in silence and drive it out of storage unit. Ooh, very pretty. So this is... Is this the platform? As we emerge from the underground area, the sunlight hits my face. It is a sunset now, but the truck slowly climbs into a long spiral from the suburbs of the satellite cities towards a higher elevation. As we go deeper into the city, more and more lights come on. It seems like they're celebrating some sort of festival. Helena's eyes are drawn to the lights of the city. She seems to be trying to greedily devouring them in all of her gaze. All this must be very fresh and new to her. I can practically sense the excitement and eagerness boiling in her heart. However, when she looks back inside the truck and sees the box on the floorboards, her eyes go dull again. She notices that I'm looking and turns to look me in the eye. On my part, I do not shy away from meeting her gaze. Then, her mouth opens, as though she wants to say something, but she hesitates. Instead, she turns away, looking neither at the city nor the box, but at her feet, and she seems to be waxing thoughtful. An hour and 2 more changes of vehicles later, Macchiato drives into a skyscraper, whereupon we dismount and get into an elevator. As its door opens, we are greeted by a bright yet completely sealed room. Springfield is there. Clearly, she's been waiting for us for quite a while. Welcome, Commander. Did you enjoy your trip? Oh, look at her in HD! Oh! And here I thought we'd run into a blockade or be subjected to a thrilling car chase. Looks like I was overthinking things. It would be terribly rude to subject you to something like that after you came all the way to CHE-02. Well, that's our reliable cafe manager for you then. Speaking of which, this isn't Zucchero, is it? I look around. We appear to be in a very high-end safe house, packed with all kinds of comms equipment and weaponry. Even the walls have been reinforced with ballistic armor plating. But of course, this is one of our hiding places. It used to be a high-end apartment. I've, well, renovated the interior, so it should be quite secure against internal and external threats. After considering how important this little miss might be, I thought it would be best to put everyone up here. Well done, Springfield. You really did think of everything. Looks like I made the right choice in picking you as our first stop. The Danda gate comes to a halt in front of Springfield and projects her face. Why, if it isn't Miss Dandelion? I thought you'd be coming in person, but this body of yours? Well, you know how it is. The commander couldn't spare me a proper frame, but wanted to risk my life while slamming away for her, so I had no choice but to make do with this dandegate for now. Oi! That's enough nonsense out of you. Still the same old Miss Dandelion, it seems. Anyway, please help me charge this dandegate. Its battery must be on its last legs after a whole day of flying around. I think I'll go take a rest myself. I'll leave the rest to you guys. The dandegate flies above Springfield, and with a snap, it powers down and falls into her hands. Springfield finds a wall socket and plugs the dandegate into it. Well, then she dusts her hands off before smiling at us. There's room for everyone here. Let's all relax and take a break. Yes. Springfield walks up to the girl. Now, as for you, Miss Helena, if you don't mind, would you allow us to lend you a hand? The girl doesn't answer, but Coffney directs a pleading gaze at me. It's fine. Let him handle it. You should get some rest too. We'll meet in the hall later. It is only after hearing me speak that Coffney lets go of Helena's hand. Centaureissi leads Coffney to one of the rooms and escorts her inside. Springfield smiles and holds out a hand to Helena. The latter doesn't take it, but she eventually nods after hesitating for a moment. Springfield then turns to say a few things to Centaureissi before the two of them lead Helena to another room. Before they leave, Springfield turns to speak to me. Commander, you should go rest up. We'll contact you once we clean her up. Right. After Springfield and company leave, the only people who are left are me and Macchiato. Let me take you to your room. Please do. Macchiato leads me forward and stops in front of a door. I open it and see a guest room within. It's not too big, but is luxuriously appointed, and there's a shower and bathroom inside. This is a really fancy place. I guess that's a high-end apartment for you. The one I bought is way better than this. Huh? You've got a place of your own? Of course. Look, Commander, if I'm just saying, I'm just saying if it's nothing. Just go bathe. You smell like a fire. Okay. I'm going up. I enter the room, and Macchiato closes the door with a click. I sigh heavily and take off my jacket before lying down on the bed. While I still feel very tired, sleep is long in coming. After tossing and turning a few times, I decide to clean up myself and enter the bathroom for a shower. The clean room and comfortably warm water make me realize that I haven't been treated this well in a long, long time. As I spray myself with hot water from the shower head, I think back on the things that happened before this. One thing's for sure, I don't regret anything that's happened. I feel much more satisfied, or refreshed, after exiting the shower and drying myself off. Then, it's on with my clothes and back on the bed again to await Springfield's summons. Just as I'm about to fall asleep again after many minutes, I finally hear Springfield's voice from my terminal. Commander, is now a good time? We finished preparations on our end. I throw on my jacket and head outside. As I do, I see Springfield and the others waiting for me in the main hall. I notice that Helena's sitting on a sofa. The grime and blood stains from earlier have been cleaned up, and she's wearing a fresh set of clothing. Coffney is sitting by her side, while Springfield is seated opposite them. Macchiato and Centaureissi are watching us from a distance. Oh my god! Holy shit, she looks completely different! What the fuck? Huh? You look much prettier now. Helena blushes a little, and then she answers in a very quiet voice. The nice ladies helped wash me up. It was all thanks to Centaureissi's hard work. As for the clothing, the only thing we had which was remotely in her size was Sharkry's outfits, so we hope you like it. Well, at least she looks like a normal girl now. A normal girl, huh? I rest my elbows on my knees and lean forward to study Helena for a moment before I begin speaking. I know you must have a lot of questions about us, just like how we have a lot of questions about you. I'm sure everything that happened just now must have come as a huge shock to you, but it's over now. So let's sit down and have a good chat. It wasn't much of a shock. Really now? Well, it wasn't much compared to what happened in the past. The girl frowns and she looks up at me. I look back at her without flinching, and she decides to take the initiative. Who are you people, anyway? Where shall we, or I, begin? Well, I'm just a perfectly ordinary bounty hunter, and these dolls are all my ex-subordinates. They're all kind and friendly dolls, but I guess you already knew that. Helena looks at the dolls around her and nods. They are kind and friendly, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're good people. Why did you save me? Why did you bring me here? We were asked to escort Helena to a safe place where she could be cared for and protected. Escort Helena? I turn and look at the box on the ground. The girl's eyes follow mine. Someone handed that Helena to me. And so, we ended up being attacked by all kinds of enemies each day, from I still don't know how to say this. Is Varhagers? There's no AE though. Varhagers to Paradius, and now Mangi security. Since you're Helena too, I had no reason to leave you there. Reason? Is this why you fought Paradius and those mercenaries? Paradius has always been my enemy, or our enemy. I wouldn't have spared them even if I hadn't been asked to escort Helena. As for those mercenaries, I have no idea. But I don't hold any particular grudge against them. That said, I had no reason not to shoot back when they shot at me, though. I guess you can't trust us just yet, huh? I look up and give Springfield a look. She steps forward and addresses the girl. Don't worry, this is a safe place. I can guarantee you that those Niders, Unitates, and Mangi, I'm going to say Mangi, security people, will not find you here. The commander here fought Paradius 10 years ago, so you can feel free to tell us if there's anything on your mind or if you have any requests. Miss Helena, can I call you that? Or is it any way particular? Or is there any particular way you want us to address you? There are two Miss Helenas, after all. It would be best to make a distinction if you're going to stay with the commander. There's no need for that. I won't be disturbing you for long. Do you mean you're going to leave soon? But where will you go? I'm very grateful for you to saving me, but the rest is my business. I take a deep breath. It seems like this girl isn't as pure and innocent as our Helena, but behind her facade of grizzled independence are hints of a naive streak. I scratch my head, at a bit of a loss as to how to go on from here. Even fighting 10 Mangi security combat teams at once would be less of a headache than this. I'm just not used to handling kids, man. After thinking for a moment, I decide not to beat around the bush. It's probably time to get straight to the point. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to remember things like this now, but the things that we saw in our underground facility today, they might be linked to all our pasts. And I want to sort this matter out. I want to uncover the truth, no matter what. So that what happened back there will never happen again. So can you tell me everything you know about what happened down there? Why a village full of people would end up being snatched for use as test subjects? Why there was a Boojum and Nider down there? What kind of ceremony were they conducting, and why Helena, that is to say you, exists? The girl listens silently as I rattle off a string of questions. She listens earnestly, but shows no indication to answer them. After a long silence, she speaks at last. You shouldn't look any further into this. What do you mean? If you keep investigating, you'll end up like those people in the tanks. You'll end up dead because of me. I'll end up dead because of you. Is that why you don't want to stay here? Because you're worried about that? She falls silent again. There is an anguished look on her face, one I've never seen on Helena's face before today. Since they all look identical, I can't help but compare her to the Helena who's been with us all this time. You look alike, but your personalities couldn't be any more different. She meets my gaze and practically shouts what she's thinking. I don't know how powerful they are, but you won't be able to get out easily if you get mixed up in this. From the moment I learned Pyradius was involved in this matter, I knew there was no way I could just stand idly by, you know. Why don't you understand? You knew I wasn't your Helena back then. Why did you insist on taking me with you? You should have just taken your Helena. I told you before, right? Since you're Helena, too, I had no reason just to abandon you there. And even if you aren't Helena, there's no way I'd leave a child in a place like that. Stop pretending to be a good Samaritan, man. The things surrounding me are darker than you can ever fucking imagine. There won't be a good end for you if you get involved in it. Too many people have died because of me. I can't have any more. Do you understand what I'm even saying? I get it, yeah. But we aren't gonna die because of you. You didn't kill those villagers, and neither did you kill those state agents. What? It's not your fault they died. It's the fault of that cult and the people behind them. If you shoulder the blame for their sins, you'd just be letting the true masterminds get away with their crimes, you know? She's right. Coffney, who's been sitting silent all this time, suddenly stands up. Coffney? The followers of Pyradius, they killed my sister, just like how they killed the people in those tanks. They don't need a reason or motivation to hurt others. They do it because they want to. So I can't accept what you're saying. I can't accept how you're just taking the blame for hurting others when it's clearly those cultists at fault. I don't know what happened. I don't even know who I should be fucking hating. But I want to do something. I want to change something. That's why I've been keeping Helena company, no matter which Helena it is. My sister is dead. She's not coming back. But maybe if I tried hard enough, the people who would have suffered like my sister won't have to be hurt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying this to you. The air in the room goes silent. After saying her piece, Coffney sits back down and says nothing more. Thanks, Coffney. I look at Helena, and I address her in as kind and as firm a tone as I can manage. Running away won't solve anything, you know. And running away won't stop tragedies like that from ever happening again. I'm sure you understand that already. But don't take everything onto yourself. Also, don't look down on us. You saw how we took out that Boojum and those mercenaries, right? We'll uncover everything about the Helena incident. Considering how that Helena ended up in my hands, I'm pretty sure that you know how determined we are to interfere with this matter. Helena D68 bites her lip. There seems to be a great struggle going on in her heart. Are you from State Sec 2? Nope, but we can do more than they can. Helena D68 thinks for a moment, and then she speaks at last. Well, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. My memories are limited to what happened in that village. Niter and the Unitates called me Lord, and those villagers looked at me as a miracle, created by God. They said I could help everyone find Cavitas, and then lead everyone to freedom from pain and gain eternal life. Do you know what Cavitas is? No, I don't. But I heard that's what everyone's searching for. In order to find this Cavitas, they took me on those instruments and did all kinds of experiments on me. Experiments. More bloody experiments. Don't those Pyradius bastards have a single original bone in their fucking bodies, man? Commander... Pardon me. What happened after that? After that, I learned it was all fucking fake. The villagers who were bathed in that so-called grace, they all became monsters. Coffee looks at me. So that's why Griffium... All makes sense now. So that's the ceremony that we're talking about. They had controlled those monsters and turned them into the Boojums you were talking about, but I can hear the wailing and the lamenting in their hearts. The ceremony made them obedient to me, but all I could do was give orders as that woman dressed in black commanded me. I did not want to do this anymore, but there was nothing I could do except pray each day for a miracle to happen. And then someone actually came to save me, as though they were answering my prayers. One day, a group of people who said the same thing as you came to the underground complex. They said they were state sec agents and that they were going to save my ass. I was so happy then. They took me out of the tunnels, they told me to wait for the pickup in the village, but in the end they never came. At that time I didn't realize that they were probably in those tanks. I had nowhere else to go. My only company was the lingering spirits of the fallen. At that time, all I could do was pray. And then my prayers were answered again. Another me descended from the heavens, shining brightly. So our Helena was drawn to you by your prayers. The girl hesitates for a moment, and then she nods reluctantly. Yeah, I think she heard my call. The fact that those Helenas can speak to each other's hearts is something that's come before. It seems to be the similarities between them and Paradia's old Nito research warrants, or is it Nito? Warrants further investigation. Oh, yeah. There's one more thing. Who exactly is that person who possessed Helena, that consciousness who was talking to us? Why did you say that she betrayed you? Our minds once lived in a sea of flowers. Back then, there were many, many copies of us. But we were killed by that voice. The memories from the Sea of Flowers told me that she was the first Helena. She did not accept us and wanted to kill us so that she would become the only one of her kind. We once had the chance to escape, but because of her betrayal, we were cast out of the Sea of Flowers. If it wasn't because of her, if I had just been more determined back then. Helena clenches her fists, and as she scrunches up her face, tears begin welling up in the corners of her eyes. I understand. Alright, you've said enough for today. Go get some rest. My questions have been answered. What she indicates that what happened before is essentially the same as what I theorized. Paradius took over a village, tricked its inhabitants into following the damn cult, used them as their test subjects to fuse them with plants, which they later combined into a Bujum. Then they tried to use the Helenas, who could hear psychic messages to control them. Meanwhile, Niter and those cultists were responsible for protecting and controlling the Helenas. Mangi security was responsible for ensuring the perimeter was locked down. This was a comprehensive biological experiment set up. While I don't know what the aim of those experiments is, they're perfectly in keeping with Paradius' way of doing things. And that also makes me certain that those bastards haven't completely been stamped out yet. Let us handle the rest. I promise you that nobody else will get hurt again. Coffney, stay by her side. Also, we need to check on the condition of the Helena in the box. Will do, Commander. Springfield, please take care of him, please. We'll have to discuss our course of action going forward. Understood, Commander. Leave it to me. Springfield nods to me, and then she turns to the sniffling girl. Miss Helena, you haven't even told us how you'd like us to address you. I think Helena is probably just a code name. I don't think you want to be called that forever, right? I don't. I wasn't given a name. Then, how about you give this lovely lady a little name, Commander? A code like D68 isn't much of a name either. You want me to do it? In that case, I scour my brain and try with a nice-sounding name for a girl before me. How does Melanie sound? It's not too bad. A guardian of souls. Oh, accidentally skipped that. I'm sure those infected villagers must have believed you could protect them even in the direst of situations. I couldn't do it then. But she looks up at me. I think I understand the meaning behind that name. Please call me that from now on. Commander. This is an audio clip with the resource ID Wolf 000320822-3362. They arrived safely. Our missing comrades were confirmed to be in there as well, right? Yes, they were killed. But their deaths were not in vain thanks to the commander's intervention. She's still as much of a busybody as ever. Still, that's just how she is. You don't seem to approve. Her methods are highly inefficient, though they are effective, at times. I don't understand her, but so long as she doesn't interfere with our mission, I won't oppose her. Perhaps that's how humans think. She's just like how she was, always so pretentious and very infuriating at times. That's high praise coming from you. However, my assessment is that we haven't gone deep enough. Perhaps we need to establish more direct contact. Very well. Since you're the leader now, I will obey without question out of consideration for the mission's efficiency. Still, don't forget our original objective. All of that. Oh my god, I'm so happy there's so much more. Okay. I'm sitting in the corner of the cafe, slowly sampling the coffee Centaureissi just brought me. Sorry, mispronounced that. Centaureissi. And after returning from the safe house, I had a loud and lively meal with the dolls. The first one in a long time. Centaureissi and Springfield served up a sumptuous feast, and then the dolls and I had a long discussion about the past. Springfield told me about how Zucchero was founded, while Daiyan recalled the adventures of Monsoon as they traveled between satellite cities. Centaureissi did her best to serve everyone, while Jiang Yu and Zhao Hui were about to put on an impromptu performance for us, only to remember that, well, their instruments and luggage were still at the train station. Oh, look at you. Springfield helped them contact local authorities, and when they learned that the missing items would be shipped over to them, they were so happy that they dragged out Sharky's stage to sing an off-key song. We cleared the tables once we were done eating, or rather, they did. I tried to help, but they shooed me away, leaving me no choice but to find a corner to sit down in. As the night wears on, the lights in the buildings outside gradually go out, and the clamor from outside the windows slowly quiets down. I hold an exquisite mug in both my hands, savoring the warmth and fragrance of the coffee inside it. This sensation was commonplace 10 years ago, but for me now it's a rare and precious thing. After all, this is the first time I've been reunited with my dolls after so long. My heart fills with mixed feelings as I watch them hard at work. While it's been a long time since it happened, I can still clearly remember the looks on everyone's faces when I announced that I was quitting Griffin. The confusion, the shock, the worry, and the protests. But at that time, I was utterly powerless. I couldn't even give them an acceptable explanation for what I had done. What makes me feel even more guilty is the fact that even after all this happened, after meeting out with every single person again, not a single one of these dolls has come over to ask this question. Why did you leave, Commander? It seems for everyone still has that unconditional trust in me, considering how easily they accepted the answer I gave. The one that couldn't even convince myself. In that case, what right do I have to stand in front of everyone like this now, acting though as if nothing happened? Springfield helps Centaureissi return the dishes to the cabinet and glances toward me. Apparently she noticed the complicated look on my face because she undoes her apron and walks over to my table before sitting down opposite of me. What's wrong, Commander? You seem uncomfortable. Yeah. Feel a little conflicted. Is it because of Melanie? Yeah. Well, that's part of it. As for the rest, Springfield continues watching me, and I can't continue speaking for a little while. Would you mind if I ventured a guess? Go ahead. It feels like you're avoiding us. Just a little bit. You didn't say much while you were eating either. Is there something you wanted to say just now, but couldn't? I take a deep breath, trying to gather up the courage to get the words out. I'm sorry. This apology has been far too long in the coming, and I should have said it in front of everyone. But when I finally managed to build the courage to face my past, the others didn't give me a chance to say it. You're sorry? Why are you apologizing, Commander? As I look at Springfield's smiling face, I realize that she understands everything. Yet, the fact that she's asking this question despite knowing the answer is strangely calming. I try to gather my thoughts and say what I've been keeping in my heart all this time. I'm sorry for leaving, and I'm sorry for that goddamn agreement. I pause, and after thinking for a bit, I continue speaking. I always thought that signing that agreement and leaving Griffin back then was the only choice I could make. I knew it might not have been the best choice, but if it meant everyone could be safe and you'd have a future, then it was a price that I would gladly pay. Springfield keeps watching me, waiting for me to continue. You know, I actually felt kind of relieved when I first came to the Yellow Zone. I guess it's a sign of how useless I am. I was arrogant... Oh, my click. I was arrogant enough to think that this was the only way to give everyone a better future, that I could escape from those inconvenient realities that I didn't want to face. I knew I was wrong, or it was wrong, of course, but I couldn't muster up the courage I used to have in order to fight for what I knew was right. A lot of people died, and yet still I'm alive, and the only reason why I survived is because of countless dolls that gave their lives for me. But do those sacrifices even mean anything? I haven't found the answer to that yet. And so, I've drifted through this chaotic world for the past decade, trying to find an answer that would put my heart at ease, that would prove I hadn't chosen incorrectly. But the more I looked, the more lost I felt, to be honest. I thought that turning my back on the war meant that I would no longer be used. I thought that giving up what power I had would give everyone some peace, but it was all pointless in the end. Oh, yes, I was no longer being used, but that was because I was no longer of use at all. And even after giving up my rank and position, the mere fact that you were associated with me put you all in danger. In that case, what was even the point of giving it all up in the first place? You heard what I just told Melanie just now. Even though I killed William with my own hands back then, Paradius is still going strong and still using innocent people in their inhumane experiments. And as for me, by giving up everything, I lost the power to change anything. You know, back in the day, we used to be able to send choppers wherever we like to deploy, like 25 T-dolls at once. Even did it for the sake of a certain senior of mine. Nowadays, Mailing's gotta scrounge up screws to turn them into nuts and bolts. After seeing all this, I really wanted to ask myself, hey, what the fuck are you even doing? You made your choice, but you keep second-guessing yourself. Doesn't anyone like this deserve, or sorry, does someone like this even deserve to be called a commander? Do you think you're a URNC big shot who can just get elected just by keeping a low profile? In the past, I still had the strength to change something, but now all I do is endanger you guys for the sake of putting up with some petty fucking resistance. And that is the only thing I can do. I pour out all the things I've kept in my heart all this time. Springfield continues to listen until there's nothing more to listen to. I raise my mug and take a drink to mask my loss of control. Springfield waits for me to calm down before she slowly begins to speak. I don't think you're running away from anything, and I don't think like you're using us. You're just punishing yourself, the you who's left without saying a word. I finally gather the courage to look up at Springfield. Her smile is gone, replaced by the stern and serious look that she rarely show others. Or did you truly believe that we would forget you just because you left and we were bound by the agreement? That's not what I mean. Is it? Do you truly not think that way? Think carefully about your answer. It means a lot to me. Of course I didn't think you would forget me. Upon seeing the look on my face, she smiles again. Thank goodness. I felt the same way too. Pardon me, Commander. It seems like I was a little impolite. With that said, you weren't the only one feeling lost during our 10 years apart, though. But even if we felt lost, we all tried our best to keep living our lives, you know. We lived on while waiting for the day to come when we would meet again. Springfield twirls the tips of her hair on her finger, as though she's thinking about how to put her thoughts into words. It's true that a lot of dolls left Griffin, and as a result, we've lost contact with a lot of our friends. But why do you think you're powerless now? Well, that's because... Is it because you think we wouldn't listen to your orders anymore, now that we're no longer your subordinates? Springfield words cut deep, but at the same time they also cut to the heart of the matter. What right do I have to expect them to risk themselves for my personal goals? Indeed, what right do I have to demand that they get hurt in order to protect me? Commander, do you know what happened in the Griffin base the day after you said goodbye to us? What happened? Nothing happened at all. We still gathered together, we trained together, ran simulated battles together, we uploaded our data together. All the squads were like that. Back then, you were no longer our commander in name, but we continued living the same way you did when you were in the base, as though you had never left. Then the next day came, and the day after that. Those days lasted a very long time, until Miss Calendar came to the base and told us that it was time we took our first steps. She said that this is what you would have wanted, so we did it. In the past, you always said that you'd be nothing without us, but the reverse is also true, you know. If you hadn't raised us up the way that you had, we wouldn't be our present selves either. To you, we were all special, unique individuals, and in our hearts, you were the same. This is a bond that we share with you and you alone, you know. That bond has nothing to do with the rank and position, and nothing can ever replace it. The reason why we could become Springfield, or Centaureissi, or Macchiato, it's all because you were there. No. Even without me, you'd... Springfield shakes her head at me. Have you heard the phrase, every man has two deaths? I think so. A human dies for the first times when their vital functions cease. They die for the second time when they are completely forgotten. But it's not like that for the dolls. Tactical dolls were made just because they could never truly die, but that also implies that we are never truly alive either. The only time we can ever come close to living is when we leave memories in the hearts of others. And this life becomes stronger the deeper and more irreplaceable those memories are, you know. Without you, we would only be dolls you could see walking around everywhere on the street, filed under broad categories like cleaning type, combat type, or entertainment type, easily replaced and forgotten with the changing of generations. But you gave us the most important thing in the world, the one thing that makes us truly alive in this world, the unique memories that we share. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but I hope that you will understand what I'm trying to say, Commander. You've made yourself very clear, and you've helped me understand a lot of things too. But I must tell you this, if you choose to help me, you will lose everything. Perhaps even this Zucchero that you've poured your heart and soul into may no longer exist. Are you alright with that? I like to think that our agreement was a trial of sorts. It's a challenge for you and for us, a way to test our determination to change the future. I am ready. I believe our friends are ready. Are you ready, Commander? Are you ready to make up your mind, to bring about change? I reflected on everything I've experienced until now. The shadow of Paradia still looms over the world like storm clouds, and the big shots think that this land is just a sandbox they can toy with at their leisure, moving their pawns as they please. In that case, since I can't change anything through playing by the rules, why not flip the table and just make my own set of rules? Yeah. While there are so many unknown variables at play, in the end, I decided to use a simple word to make my promise to Springfield. Meanwhile, the Dandagate that has been floating lazily in the air slowly drifts over. Oh my, you do have a silver tongue, Miss Springfield. Meanwhile, the commander writes off all my attempts at persuasion of making fun of her. Whatever shall I do? But that's the way you really are. But that's because you really are making fun of me, bro. Oh, how you all wronged me. Miss Springfield, I'll call for justice in my stead. Miss Dandelion is helping you in her own way, Commander. Also, it was also thanks to Miss Dandelion's arrangements and timely communication that we were so successful in guiding you to the cafe, you know. Oh, is that so? How are things in the safe house? That midget doll has finished checking the box. The vital signs of little Miss inside are deteriorating. While she's not in danger yet, she's probably going to experience organ failure like before, though. I hope Kalina will be able to treat her after we reach Lviv. As for the other little lady, she's sleeping very soundly. It looks like she hasn't had a good rest in a long time. Macchiato's watching over her. It's strange how willing she was to stay in the safe house and not attend the party. Even though Macchiato's been thinking about the commander all this time, I guess she got embarrassed about meeting her in the flesh. Is that so? She's playing it so coy. What about the information you gathered earlier? I'm working on it. What do you think I've been doing all this time? There's a lot of corporate data in there too, which needs to be sorted through. I'll let you know when I find a lead. After the dolls clear the tables, Centaureissi serves up a smorgasbord of snacks and drinks. At everyone's urging, I am dragged before the dining table once again. I feel much more relaxed after talking to Springfield, and my conversation with the other dolls flows much more naturally now. The Zucchero's warm welcome is definitely a treat for the dolls' gustatory modules. It seems like no matter what it may be, Springfield's cafe is always able to help people forget their troubles and misery. After Zhao Hui clears the last plate of cookies, the curtain falls on this enjoyable little gathering. Miss Zhao Hui, would you like another glass of chocolate milk? Centaureissi has appeared behind the bar once again, upholding her reputation as the Zucchero's star employee. And no, thank you. I really can't eat anything else. Even with a digestive module installed, I don't think I can handle all that food at once. I believe there's a digestive accelerant for regular food in the first aid kit. I'll get it for you. There were cases in the past where Miss Sharkry ate too many snacks before a show and had to use them to get her body back to its normal shape. Hey, don't go airing my dirty laundry in public. Oh, so that's what happened. It's just because Centaureissi's desserts are too yummy. If you like them, feel free to visit us at any time, Miss Zhao Hui. In fact, if you end up becoming our house band and put on an event, you can even taste test the desserts that we're still developing. Oh, that sounds delicious! Big sis, let's come by and earn a good meal if we get the chance. We would be happy to help, provided it doesn't cause problems for the Zucchero. It's a deal then. I sit on the edge of the counter, watching the dolls talk and laugh. A surge of nostalgia swells in my heart. I was a drifter ever since I left Griffin. The colorful, bright days in my memories have been practically all washed out and replaced by endless missions, muted elids, and the collapsed storms streaming through the vast expanses of barren sand. Meanwhile, those storms carried me further and further away from my path. Now that I intend to set foot on this road once more, can I still tell which way I should be headed? Uh-oh. As my mind wanders, the phone on the counter rings. Springfield and Centaureissi quickly exchange looks and the faces turn very severe. There shouldn't be anyone calling at a time like this. Manager, want me to pick up? Let me do it. Springfield walks over to the counter and picks up the phone. Hello, this is Zucchero. May I know... Manager Springfield, you asked me for coffee beans earlier. What exactly are they being used for? You shouldn't be using this line. You know it's not safe. You're being watched. How much time do we have? 1 day. I tried my best, but the opposition is far beyond me. I haven't revealed anything about the shipment to anyone on account of our past friendship. Therefore, I hope you will get rid of that shipment ASAP to avoid causing more trouble. I understand. The other party hangs up. The cafe is silent, and the dolls all look at Springfield. What's going on? Someone is looking at the location of this cafe. Someone highly placed. Commander, our location might have been exposed. I'm sorry. If you caught up in this... No, it's our fault for not being strong enough to properly take care of you. Just in case, we should relocate immediately. How much time do we have? 1 hour. Saying so, Springfield turns to the other dolls. Ladies, I apologize, but as of now, the cafe is entering sleep mode. Sleep mode? Do you mean... Springfield nods, her face very stern. Centaureissi, please lock the main door and close the blinds. Ensure all exits are secure. Sharkry, bring the truck over. We'll be gathering everyone at the safe house. What's the plan? We still need to get to the Lviv. I asked an intelligence broker to negotiate with a city security department. Once we've ensured that the surroundings are safe, Centaureissi will escort you out of the city with a travel permit. However, you will need to hide in the cargo compartment of a truck later as a crate of coffee beans. Can't say I have much experience with that. My reply only is half serious. Springfield chuckles and relaxes just a tad. I'll have Macchiato bring the girls over to meet you at the landing pad. The helicopter has been fueled up and it has takeoff clearance, so your upgrading journey ought to be a little quicker. What will you do after that? Well, the Zucchero will be closed for a little while to weather the storm. We'll shift our intelligence gathering work to a more clandestine location. Once we've ensured everything is safe, I'll contact you through new means. In order to ensure clear communications, Centaureissi will be traveling with you. She'll be following me? She will be very helpful in combat and daily life. In addition, she is very familiar with the Zucchero's intelligence networks. I'm sure she will be very helpful by your side. Springfield's approving gaze makes me realize they've planned this all out ahead of time. I nod and signal my assent to Springfield's plan. Ladies of Monsoon, what do you intend to do now? Well, if you don't mind, we would like to serve under the commander again. Miss Dandelion said you're in great need of fighting strength now. Am I correct? There's no better pick than me if there's fighting to be done. Isn't that right, Zhaohui? Well, it's not like you're good at anything besides fighting. As if. Alright then, I'll be counting on you all for your help in the future then. Casting my doubts aside, I nod to the dolls. The dolls respond to me in kind, and then they begin gearing themselves up. After checking all the exits, Centaureissi returns to me, fully outfitted for battle. Her pistol and combat knife are hidden under her staffer's uniform, and her apron, a symbol of cleanliness, hides her spare magazines and grenades. There is a long, rectangular case by her feet. I know there is at least one Sturmgewehr 35 assault rifle in there, not 36. She gives me an earnest look, as though she wants her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan. Please come with me, Master. I'll be in your care for what comes next. I've just ensured that each exit is secure. The truck is parked at the Zucchero's back door. We can move out anytime you are ready. What's the matter? It's the urgent call from the Elmo. Would you like to take it? A call from the Elmo? Did Groza and the others run into trouble while trying to meet up with the 404? A sense of foreboding fills my heart and I scramble to pick it up. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making a necessary response, I suspect the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What numbers and makeup? From what we can tell, the enemy are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles. Can it be Mongi again? Have mainly increase the Elmo's speed and keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo's currently in defense mode. Defense mode. Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there very well. I just need the exact coordinates. Groza sends them over. From memory, I can recall a rough layout of the region and give Groza a location. There's a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll have to shrink the perimeter. Once it's surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that would disrupt your plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through the barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be even more dangerous than that, though. Understood. As I respond to Groza's questions, I think as hard as I can about how to handle what is to come. As expected, picking up the 404 didn't go as well as planned. Over a dozen enemies in IFVs is by no means a small amount, and Groza will probably have a hard time dealing with them by herself. However, the Helena escort mission is only half complete, and we aren't too far from the Lviv. If we bring the girls back to the Elmo, escorting them there again will probably be much harder, considering the enemy has already been alerted. Springfield seems to have seen through my worries, because she turns to me from where she's standing off to the side and speaks. Commander, please allow Macchiato and myself to escort Helena. What? I was plotting a course just now. The route to the Lviv from here is covered by Zucchero's intelligence network. I'm also familiar with the inner workings of the Intercontinental Railway, so Macchiato and I can send that box in a clandestine way, and I can make sure that Miss Dandelion will help me as well. Right. What will I do without you? I suppose I'll just have to generate flawless fake IDs so you can board the train as VIPs. Oh, please and thank you. You should take the other dolls and Miss Melanie in the helicopter with you. They'll be safer that way. So Melanie is coming with me too? Right now, there is nobody who's more suited to protecting her than you. Traveling with two Helenas will be too risky. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, they won't find anything even if they launch an investigation. Since you brought her out of darkness and into the light, you should be prepared to take full responsibility for your actions, you know. You have a point. Since I've already decided, I contact Groza again and inform her of my plan. Meanwhile, Springfield studies the files in her hand and thinks about how best to handle the upcoming situation. Sharkry, take the truck and bring everyone to the landing pad outside the city. You will be piloting the helicopter later, so do everything the commander says. Huh? But what about you, manager? I'll contact Macchiato. We're prepared to send Helena over. We'll arrange for Coffney and Melanie to arrive safely at the landing pad. Aren't you coming with us, manager? But what about the Zucchero? as long as we're around, we can set up a Zucchero anywhere. Don't worry, I'll come find you on the Elmo once the mission is over. Commander, make sure you make room for the Zucchero's latest outlet. Okay. I'll be waiting for you. I calm myself and look at the dolls with gratitude in my eyes. That familiar sense of security and confidence has returned to me. Thank you. I'm so glad you're all here. The girls smile at me by way of response, and then we swing into action. Centaureissi helps me open the door, revealing a truck with the Zucchero logo on it. Stay safe. I'll see you guys on the Elmo. All the best. We load up on the truck, leaving Springfield behind. As the rear doors slowly close, I take one last look at this place and the safe house which has sheltered me, even for just a moment, and as the truck's engines revs up, I disappear into the coffee-scented darkness. Macchiato is no longer here, so it'll be Coffney. I don't have Zhang Yu, I don't have Diane. Oh, wait, but we can bring Diane from here. An elite flyer? Please. Take this bitch down. Curtsy. Actually, let's bring Shark right here. Should do this. Shark is not even built, and she can do that much fucking damage thanks to the buff support. It's crazy. Get that guy. The 22K! Holy shit. Pew pew pew. Nice.
出色的指挥，长官，让我来弹奏一曲庆祝胜利吧。
All right. Oh, we're fighting sextons? What? Question mark? Several hours earlier on the Elmo, Rosa carefully examines Sextons, who has been trussed up like a Christmas turkey. Her frame is in ruins, half of the synthetic skin on her face is gone, and her body lies limp in a way that can't even be described as human, because not a single one of her joints is intact. Besides her is Nemesis, who is keeping an eye on her with a gun in her hands. Oh dear, I won't be able to go on stage with a makeup like that. I wish I could sock her a couple more times on the right side. That way her face would look a little more even. Oh, you don't get it, Crosha. Asymmetry is the latest trend now, like with stockings. I don't give a fuck about trends, okay? But I am a professional at beating dolls until they can't get up again. Vepley and Krullik's banter flits past Grose's neural cloud, not even leaving a ripple in its wake. Clearly, her neural cloud is fully occupied by the matter at hand and has no space to store such redundant data. Are you worried, leader? Would you like Vepley to sing you a song? Vepley knows all kinds of songs to liven up the mood. Worried? About her? Just look at her. All her components are pretty much a write-off. I think even rebooting her would be a stretch. My guess is that a leader is thinking about how to best to sell her off for scrap. You don't understand others' feelings, Crosha. As an idol, Vepley has to be sensitive to all the time in order to make up the fans' feelings. Therefore, I'm sure leader must be worried about Sextons. Want to tell Vepley about your worries? Although all of Elmo's fighters are gathered in the repair bay, Gross's gaze has never once left Sextons. She looks the third generation doll from head to toe for the nth time, and she unconsciously frowns. While her body should not be able to pose a direct threat to us given the circumstances, it also means that we won't be able to obtain any useful information from her either. Isn't that a good thing? So, sounds like you're saying her neural cloud is busted and she can't possibly threaten us anymore. Even if she does manage to crawl to her feet, there's no way she can just fight us with one fucking leg. I've seen tons of half-scrap dolls like this in the past, though. Rosa shakes her head. Since the commander entrusted command of the ammo to me, I must ensure everything on the ammo is running smoothly as before she returns. I can't return to the ops room without figuring out just what she was trying to accomplish. Rosa examines Sexton's body again, but it's the same no matter how many times she checks. In fact, some of the more damaged modules are beginning to crackle and spark a little bit. If only her neural cloud wasn't so badly damaged, we might be able to recover her memories through safe means. But why don't I give her a kick or two? Supposedly it works for fixing broken TVs from the previous century. Korlik rears up to do that, but Groza stops her real quick. Wait. Korlik, don't be too rash. Her neural logs are probably destroyed, and she's in a fragile state right now. If we handle this poorly and cause her neural cloud to melt down, we'll lose our last clue. Ah, yeah. Didn't that Dandelion person say she analyzed Sexton's neural cloud? What did she find? I looked at the findings, but there wasn't useful information in there. Most of it was just badly damaged and incomplete fragments. That just means her neural logs were wiped before she came here. However, it doesn't bring us any closer to figuring out why she showed up, though. Korlik scratches her head. She doesn't quite understand why Groza is so bothered by that matter. Even though Sextans is an enemy, she's one interval overload away from being scorched to ash, so there's no way that she can achieve her aim no matter her reason for returning up here, though. Isn't she too paranoid by having the Elmo camp out in the yellow zone because of something like that? You know, leader, you should just stop thinking about so much things. We can go pick up these 404 people and then wait for a commander comes back to figure the rest out. Wouldn't that work? Like, if you're really that worried, I could just dismantle her limbs, torso, and head into their component parts to the point where not even Melee can piece them together again. No, that's not what's bothering me. She does not continue. The other dolls on the ammo have no idea what the commander has been through in the past, but how did she, as a former subordinate, end up meeting with the commander again? Indeed, why has she been reunited with the commander? Why had it been her specifically? Rosa had never considered that question in detail, or rather, she doesn't dare to carefully examine the reason for it. If the commander simply hides her behind her identity as the bounty hunter in the yellow zones, burying that unspeakable past of hers under the collapse storms and endless expanses of sand, never speaking it again, then she can continue staying by the commander's side and protect her without a second thought, up until the commander no longer needs her. But now that Paradius has risen up again and standing in the commander's path again, she knows there is no way he will simply just ignore them. She, by the way. Whether the commander has been drawn into some conspiracy or actively chosen to intervene in the matter, everything that she has desperately tried to protect in the past 10 years will be wiped away in the blink of an eye. And when the time comes, she might not be able to serve her adjutant any longer. She may end up even becoming a useless burden. Or perhaps a ticking time bomb. She doesn't even know if Sexton's presence here is because of her. Leader? Were you spacing out? Come to think of it, you've been a little out of it ever since we came home from the red zone. Time for Vepley to take the stage. I'll sing a love song for you, leader. Don't just start singing out of nowhere. You think you're copyright. Copyright. Or no, Disney is a slur now. It's a piece of shit company. But if you're sad, singing is the best way to chase away your bad feeling. It's like a magic spell. That's how it's always been in anime and cartoons. As the two of them go back and forth, Groza vigorously shakes her head, like she's trying to calm herself or something. The most important thing right now is to take care of what's in front of her. At the very least, she needs to finish the task that the commander gave her before thinking about other things. Sorry, my neural cloud was completely occupied by other things just now. In any case, to ensure the safety of everyone aboard the Elmo, I need to check Sextons first before making my decision. She shrugs. She doesn't fully agree with Groza's POV, but she trusts her leader enough to not protest any further. Once again, Groza brings up the analysis report Dandelion left behind in an attempt to learn something from it. Of course, she's read it so many times that all she can do now is try to extract even the smallest scraps of info from any place she can. Just as she's reading the report again, a footnote of a section of destroyed contents draws her attention. It was probably preserved whole because it was not an important part of her neural logs. She opens the document and reads it. Test subject notes. Model redacted. Project development unit has no initial blank personality preset. Has undergone ego growth and currently developed an independent blank personality. No obvious defects detected in blank. Perceives self as overall executor of redacted. Currently in charge of the blank, transferring for quasi-full immune individual recovery. Performance is excellent compared to the other products of the same cohort and possesses a psyche of human-like thought patterns. Initial observations suggest satisfaction of the criteria for the blank experiment. It looks like the person who left this information was very cautious. Even a footnote like this in Sexton's base layer was thoroughly scrubbed. Even so, Groza has gained some valuable clues for this. Satisfaction of experimental criteria. I've never heard anything about a 3rd-gen doll being test subjects. Test subjects? You mean like that Pinky? Groza has obviously noticed that. However, Helena is a quasi-full immune individual, which means that one can still speculate on her experimental uses. However, what exactly is the objective of experiments conducted on a doll like Sexton's? Seemingly interested in Groza's discovery, Corolla tries to make sense of the message that Groza is doing. Naturally, she has no idea what she's talking about, or what it's talking about. What the hell, man? Doesn't make any sense. Why are her brain pathways so fucking weird? No wonder she pissed me off so much. Still, since we know that there's something like this in her neural logs, there might be other things like this in deeper places. But under the conditions, we won't be able to analyze her further, right? The equipment on the ammo can't manage that level of neural cloud restoration. Actually, there is another way. We could directly connect her level 3 base layer and obtain her neural cloud information that way. Her level 3? Leader, are you seriously going to connect your mind to someone as scary as she is? Yeah, indeed. But if you get counter-hacked, I won't. Adeline has analyzed her neural cloud. If the risk of something like that existed, she would have popped up this warning beforehand. I don't trust that Dynergate writer one bit, you know. Well, since the commander trusts her. And it's the only way we have to figure out why Sextons showed up here. Gorlick, I'll need help from you and Vepley to enter Sextons level 2. I just uploaded the neural backup to the cloud. If anything happens, cut the connection immediately. Alright, leader. Don't force yourself you'd run into anything. Don't worry, I understand. Nemesis, you're in charge of mining Sexton's frame. Nemesis nods silently. Alright, let's begin. Rosa reaches out and connects to Sexton's neural cloud. Since data in there has been wiped, she meets with no resistance when entering. A flash of pale blue light darts through Sexton's eyes. The exposed mechanical endostructure makes her opening and closing look a little scary. As a faint spark crackles at the end of the severed power cable, her eyes open again. Nemesis immediately raises her gun and goes to the highest alert level. Krolik says, Leader, her level 2 is open. We'll help you break her firewall now. You'll have to go into your level 3 alone, Leader. Be careful. Yeah, I'll be fine. I do like these extra little camera angles now. It's fun. Alright, if we're soloing Sextons, then so be it. What level is she? Oh, she's not gonna survive this. Yo, what's up, dude?
演出交给你，拼图完成。我还没有输。了解。
What the fuck? Huh? I'm taking cover. So this is the base layer of the 3rd-gen doll. Groza continues advancing through the endless fog. The neural wipe has caused the landscape of what represents Sexton's data modules to take on bizarre and twisted forms. She tries to extract useful data, but her search remains fruitless even after looking for a very long time. Before her lies a fathomless darkness, as well as an unending void. Just as she's about to give up, she hears a voice. The voice seems to be coming from far away, muffled and even a little distorted. Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you like me? Do you have insoluble doubts as well? Can you answer my questions? Your questions? Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I born only to die? I don't know. Silence. I need to know more in order to resolve your confusion. Silence. Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I born only to die? The questions in this level 3 space fill Groza's mind. She keeps moving forward as though she's trying to escape the voice. It grows more and more distant until it finally vanishes into the void. Is it the neurofragment she left behind? Although she can't tell where it's going, Groza has the feeling that she's headed somewhere very deep. After passing through another patch of fog, a blurry scene appears before her. It seems to be some kind of hall. Lights come in over her head like a pair of inquisitive eyes. We did it! Made from the effort of countless humans, built from piles of gold and collapsed pieces. A combination of cutting-edge next-generation tech, the supreme expression of all autonomous dolls. An incomparably elite product. Third-generation doll. Third-generation doll? Is that me? The voice keeps going. Comprehensive, fast, strong. No single word can describe this product. Backed by an all-encompassing database and ever-shifting algorithms, she will use the world's most intelligent brain and its finest weapons to perpetually perfect herself. And in the end, she will cast off her shell and become an entity that surpasses all. There is a loud and sustained applause. As the voice grows distant, the scene before Groza becomes very clear. Groza is not unfamiliar with this sensation. It is like when a doll's ego develops within its neural cloud, like a seed germinating with its level 3 base layer, feeling around with its sensory modules for nutrients, breaking through into the data flows above level 2 before blossoming into the metallic skeleton, muscle fiber bundles, superconductive organs, and resin skin on level 1. She had almost forgotten this feeling, but now she is slowly recalling it. That's right. I am an entity that will surpass all. I will become the strongest doll. No, not just a doll. I will become a new form of life that is as close to humanity as one can be. No, I will surpass humanity itself. Ew, her lips are all weird. I don't remember her looking like this. Ew! Groza silently listens to Sexton's voice as it becomes clearer and clearer. Something seems to be growing in the void, a crystalline substance that reflects a faint light and finally comes to a halt in front of Groza. She tries to grab it, but it shatters instead of quickly reforming. The scene before her changes to a lavish office. Velvet curtains hang from the ceiling to spill onto the ground before a set of full-height windows. Sextons emerges from the shadows and stops in front of the curtains, bathing in the sunlight that shines into this room and looking down on the city beneath her. Behind her, the sound of footsteps approaches and a low voice speaks. It seems to belong to someone else, yet it also seems to be Sexton's own voice. The god who made you is dead. His spirit shall be reborn in your body. You shall become an avatar of truth and morality, creating the standards of power and values. You will own all, control all. Unbound by rules, you shall become the greatest thing in the world. You will gain absolute freedom and look down upon all existence. You will endure the purest of pain, and from your suffering shall be forged the most unbending will. You will bear the seeds of infinite possibility and become a grail that will carry worlds. Sexton slowly turns and raises an arm, bowing before that form in the void in her usual way. As you wish, Your Excellency. The room vanishes into nothingness. The object hovering before her gradually takes form. Like a ball of light, it connects to the entire void. Groza doesn't know how to describe it. They seem to be, well, have been something like this in her own base layer, but it was nowhere as clear and bright as what she is seeing now. Then, the light scatters the void and illuminates everything. I did it. I finally become the most perfect life form in the world. I can transcend the shackles of consciousness, the limitations of intelligence, even time itself. I can surpass all those chains that once bound humanity. No, not yet. This is not enough. Groza suddenly feels a stabbing pain in her brain. No, wait. Dolls shouldn't feel pain. So, what is this? No, don't... Why? Why am I feeling pain? Why? What are you doing to me? I told you, right? You will endure the purest of pain. Stop it! You can't do this to me. I'll die. Wouldn't dying be worth it if you could become God? No. I don't want to become the God you're talking about. Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Superman. A rope over the abyss. Now walk this rope in a sepulchre of illusion, O Grail. Amidst the pain, Groza opens her eyes, trying to make sense of what's happening before her. She is inside a lab. Two lab-coated human researchers seem to be working on something. One of them seems to be leisurely sitting back in an armchair, arms folded and looking at her in amusement. The other seems to be moving between several terminals. With every operation on the terminal, Groza feels a multitude of extreme sensations flash through her neural cloud. This is hell, this is heaven, and it is also a world of men. Increase the output. You sure want to do that? Her neural cloud will completely break down. Her neural cloud isn't important. Even the loftiest grail beaten from gold is nothing more than a container used to hold the essence of the divine. All our experiment needs is his body that confuses redacted. Crack. Something breaks. Groza feels herself falling into the void. She tumbles down into the abyss for a long, long time, until time and space loses all meaning for her. And finally she hits the ground hard and passes out. OTS 14. Groza. Groza opens her eyes. Jesus fucking Christ. Every time I see this goddamn sprite, it scares me the fuck out. Thank goodness, you're functioning again. Your neural cloud was so badly damaged, I thought I'd never be able to fix it. What? What? Groza looks around and finds that she's inside an unfamiliar vehicle. Outside, the scenery rapidly recedes into the distance, and the sand dunes in the clear blue sky indicate that a collapse storm just passed. Meanwhile, the base she's currently in is empty except for a repair pod which she occupies, which glows a faint light. This is... Jesus, she looks so fucking defeated. This is the Elmo. Do you remember this place? The Elmo? I found you in an abandoned quarry nearby. So, do you still remember why you ended up there? Groza tries her best to retrieve the irrelevant information from her neural logs. Why was she at this abandoned quarry? Does she still remember? She can't remember? Does she really not remember? There's nothing inside her neural cloud. Everything is blank. I don't know. Really? So, are you still in Griffin? Griffin? What's that? Looks like your memory modules might have been damaged. Never mind. The past doesn't matter anymore. You can stay here and rest for now. We'll worry about the rest some other time. Thank you, Commander. Wait a minute. You remember me? You're the Commander. So you only remember me. Huh. Maybe your modules took varying levels of damage. Looks like you're fully charged now. You want to stand up and see if you can move around? The door to the repair bay opens. Groza stands there dumbly, looking at the woman that's holding a hand out to her. She reaches a hand out to her as well. She remembers the sensation, the warmth, and... Suddenly, her outstretched hand transforms into a knife, and she stabs the person in front of her. Bright red blood splashes everywhere, staining Groza's visual modules. Holy shit. Groza opens her eyes. She is dazed for a moment. When she comes to her senses, she realizes that she's lying on the floor of the Elmo's deck. It's the same for repair bay as for before, but compared to her dream, there are many more machines here, many more familiar faces. One of them in particular is gazing at her with dewy eyes. Mei Ling? Leader, thank goodness. You're okay. I thought you'd never wake up. Mei Ling looks like she's barely managing to hold back her tears. Looking around, Groza realizes the other members of the Elmo look the same way. What happened? Leader, your frame functions went abnormal just now, and your neural cloud response was highly aberrant. So I had to forcibly cut the connection. Are you feeling okay? I just reactivated the repair pod. If you don't feel well, I can make some last-minute adjustments for you. I'm... okay. Are you really alright? Looking kind of weak just now. You've really been tired lately, and then the commander... No. It's alright. Rosa immediately feels how awkward the words sound as she says them. She looks at Mei Ling's face. The latter seems shocked. Sorry, I'm a little... Fucking... It's all my fault. If only I'd stopped you in time. It's my fault for not protecting you, leader. It's okay. I'm okay now. Groza pulls herself together and sits up. Besides her, Sextans just looks like how she did before Groza entered her neural cloud, except the several thin cables connecting some of the parts even look more scorched. Did she make any funny moves when I was connected to level 3? Nemesis shakes her head. Good. Groza rubs the access port in the back of her head. Right after that, she realizes something. Oh, yes, Mei Ling, about the commander. How are the commander and the others doing now? I just received a call from a satellite city. A shopkeeper named Springfield said that she was lodging the commander for the time being and told us not to worry about it. Springfield. Miss Dandelion said they ran into a bit of trouble, but it was still manageable. I see. Well, if the doll of the commander's trust says so, we should organize our findings for now. Groza carefully organizes her thoughts. As she goes through her memories, she describes what she encountered in Sexton's level 3 mailing into the others. Naturally, she omits the dream she had. So that means her neural cloud was melted down during a fusion experiment? It seems like this experiment was data protected, so I couldn't learn its name. I mean, I already knew what she had a big head, but I didn't expect her to actually think that she could become a god. Honestly, it's no surprise she ended up that way. God already fallen. Yeah, I think everyone could already understand that. Finally, Nemi's lyrics aren't so obscure anymore. While Vepley doesn't quite get them, it's a good start. In any case, I'm sure Sextans is holding many more secrets. We'll guard this place and shifts until Commander comes back. We must not allow anything to happen to this frame. You should go get some rest and let Vepley handle this first shift. Vepley's good at being the opening act and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Thank you. Mei Ling, give me an update on the 404's latest position, please. We'll meet up with them ASAP. This way we won't have to split our attention between them and Sextans. Yep, I just got a message from Lena. It has 404's most recent location. Mark it on our radar map. Full speed ahead. Roger.
任务结束，各位，保持警惕，在安全返回之前，还不能放松。
Some diner gates, some Bale advances steadily with Mei Ling at the helm. Long period of staring at the unchanging scenery is starting to take its toll on her stamina. Mei Ling yawns and switches on the Elmo's cruise control. Things are going so well that I'm starting to get a little bored. Shh, don't jinx it. Yeah. Mei Ling hurriedly covers her mouth and looks around. There are no enemies or elites in sight, not even collapsed particles clouds that usually fill the sky. The only thing visible is the sand carried by the howling wind, crashing against the Elmo's windows. Still, it's quiet. Too quiet. Leader, don't you think something's wrong? Rosa is standing by the Elmo's hatch, intently watching on this unchanging scenery. Normally speaking, dolls do not get bored, and for Rosa, she can easily deal with that by running simulations in her neural cloud. Yet, she's not doing so. Karlik is right. Things are too quiet. If anything else, This lack of activity is abnormal considering they're headed toward the 404. Maintain class 1 alert. Got it. The Elmo leaves 2 parallel tracks in the desert. After driving through an expansive open terrain, they reach a sprawling sand dunes, and just then, Groza realizes something. Stop! Mailing suddenly brakes and the Elmo grinds to a halt. The inertia from the sudden halt sends all manner of items flying to the ground, and air fills with sound of glass breaking and metallic objects falling. Leader, what's happened? There might be an ambush up ahead. Mailing, turn our sensors up to the maximum power and begin scanning our surroundings for heat sources. Roger. Mailing does as she commands and maxes out the sensor output. However, before a single IR image can appear on the display, an IFV appears on the behind the sand dune. Adjutant, we've arrived at the location of the radar contact. Is this the Elmo? The broker's intel was right. She really is here. So this MBV of that bitch from now just, huh? Let's blow it sky high. Easy, Kenny. This MVV's owner is a tough nut to crack. Get everyone ready for combat. We need to face the upcoming battle in top condition. Roger. The IFV's hatch opens and a head pokes out. Oh wow, new background. 19 takes off her helmet and a shock of red hair spills out as she leans against the IFV's roof. All Rhino units, lock onto the target and surround it. 12 IFVs emerge from behind the dunes, racing toward the Elmo's position. Rhinos 4, 6, and 12 circle around and behind the dunes, flank them and cut off their escape. Rhino 7, engage ECM and protect the flanking team's advance. All other Rhino units, raise your TOW missiles. Engage once the flanking raid team forces the MBV into your kill zone. Yes, ma'am. The IFVs quickly split up and race towards their designated positions. After giving her troopers their orders, Lentine, or I don't know if it's Lentine, folds her arms and stands on the roof of her vehicle, narrowing her eyes as she looks at the Elmo in the distance. Even if you have a few elite dolls, I doubt you'll be able to hold a wolf pack attack delivering such heavy firepower, right? The Elmo responds quickly and rapidly selects the ideal route for disengagement. While they not do drive into the kill box set up their ambushes, the left side flankers move to cut off the Elmo's escape route. This forces the Elmo to change course to avoid the larboard convoy's attack. However, upon changing course, the IFV convoy on the other side that's been lying in wait comes into view. The Elmo's driver notices this and once again makes an emergency turn. Unfortunately, the ambushing IFVs are ready to launch their anti-tank missiles. Fire. The missiles streak out of the tubes, tracing a series of trajectories through the air before exploding around the Elmo. While the Elmo's vehicular force field has defenseless attacks, its shielding cannot withstand a sustained barrage at this level. If the Elmo takes a few more missiles like this, it will probably be dead in the sand soon enough. There's too many of them! Leader, what should we do? They'll cut us off! Groza studies the densely packed contacts on the radar display. Due to the active jamming and targeting the Elmo sensors, it can't display the precise position of the IFV, forcing them to determine the enemy position with their eyes. Calm down, calm down. Mailing, switch the Elmo to its defense mode, will observe the enemy's movements. Okay. Nemesis in position. Mailing does as Groza orders as she works on the control terminal. The armored shutters slowly slide over the Elmo's windows and turning it into an impenetrable steel fortress. However, the split-running gears are also affected by the bar protection, and the Elmo speed visibly drops as a result. Nemesis has already climbed on the roof running pad and taken position facing an enemy attack. She has already taken down several long-range missiles with accurate fire. The ambush detachment fires missiles again, and Nemesis shoots them again, but there's just too many for her to respond to, and the missiles are, oh my god, holy shit, and the 2 missiles manage to hit the Elmo. They fire volley once again, and after Nemesis shoots one down, there's only one left over, which hits the Elmo. Then, as though they've already tested the Elmo's ability to withstand their attacks, the enemy does not continue the offensive. While the radar cannot accurately pinpoint the location, Groza can still use the thermal images from external cameras to tell that several IFVs are slowly circling the Elmo from different locations. Although the Elmo can probably fight for a while with these IFVs, they have a mission to rescue the HIDE 404, which means they have no time to waste on the opposition. In addition, they still don't know what the enemy's objective is and whether they have got reinforcements in Nemesis. See if you can keep them from approaching. Nemesis nods and begins taking shots at the IFVs. Like drizzling rain, covering the tracks of the wayfarers. Not good. Her bullets can't penetrate the IFV's armor, and the enemy doesn't want to step out of the vehicles either. Say, do you think they're trying to board the Elmo? That's definitely possible. As she gathers information, Groza is simulating ways to break stalemate in her neural cloud.
Since they've taken precautions against the Elmo's sniper, it means they must be familiar with the Elmo's personnel deployment. At the very least, they know that they have the sniper's nemesis on board. Also, mobilizing all these IFVs indicates that they know how the Elmo can switch between offense and defense modes. An NBV like the Elmo is not a common sight in the yellow zones, but they seem to be more familiar with them. Clearly, they've done their homework before coming here. At the very least, they've gathered plenty of information related to the Elmo. Could it be that the enemy is later is connected to the commander? If that's the case, this might not be a situation she can resolve by herself. It can't be helped. Everyone, man your positions. I'm contacting the commander. Groza keys her ear mic and sends a transmission on a special channel reserved for emergency communications. The ringtone plays for several seconds before a voice answers. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are the numbers and makeup? From what I can tell, the enemy are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles? It could be Monkey again? Have mainly increased the Elmo's speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding locations. The enemy has heavy weapons and the Elmo's currently in defense mode. Defense mode, huh? Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download the real-time data for the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there very well. I just need the exact coordinates. Groza sends the coordinates over and the voice of the radio goes silent. After some thought, the commander issues precise orders. It's precisely those orders that Groza have always put at ease during emergencies. There's a pass 10 kilometers northeast of the Elmo with a man in town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll have to strike the perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt the plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through the barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be even more dangerous than that. Understood. Someone else seems to be talking on the side. After a brief conversation, the commander speaks over the transmission again. They give a way to get the Elmo there and use the pass to block the enemy's pursuit. I'm heading back to help you right now. Commander, are you rushing back? But if it's just you and Coveney... Relax. We met some old friends along the way. They'll be returning to the Elmo with me. Are they ex-Gryffindors? I'll draft up a combat plan based on the reinforcements you bring back. Groza realizes that she seems to be placing too much emphasis on the last point, so she quickly supplements her words. Fortunately, the commander doesn't seem to have noticed it. Yeah, I'll be bringing 5 extra dolls back. We'll be returning by helicopter. Understood. I'll keep the Elmo and everyone safe until you return. Thank you, Groza. Commander hangs up. Groza stands in the ops room, both hands on the main terminal, her mind deep in thought. Then, she raises her head and stares at the APCs approaching the Elmo. Mei-Ling, deactivate Elmo's defense mode. What? But the force was going to collapse at any moment. The Elmo's going to take severe damage if we do that. I know, but these are the commander's orders. Change course now. Divert all power to the engines and accelerate to maximum speed. Head northwest to a pass 10 kilometers from here. That's our objective. Once we drive there, we'll dismount and to destroy the path in our wake to slow the enemy pursuit while waiting for the commander to return with reinforcements. Will do. I'll give it a try. With the Elmo's defense mode deactivated, the sounds of machine gun fire and commands and cannon blast wash over the Elmo. The opposition's various bombardment fills the option with deafening alarms, but Groza is undeterred. Instead, she systematically works the control stick, her eyes focus on the destination the commander has assigned her. She has to get there. She has to ensure the Elmo and its crew are safe after taking the limits back. And after that, when there are more people around to protect the commander, then this will probably be the final task she performs for her. Nadine sits in her IFV, puffing furiously on her cigarette while she watches the MPV and its deployed shield through a pane of armor glass. Her forces have encircled the Elmo. The next step will be close to the net and then board it and seize control. There are too many questions on her mind, and she's eager to have them answered. This thing is harder to handle than expected. What's the status on our missile storage? We've got 24 more shots. That's enough. Have the rhinos cease fire for now. Use them all up when we launch our all-out assault. Adjutant, should we call the people back if they're trying to board the MBV? With all due respect, the people that we have here are ordinary Manji security sweepers. They're nowhere as well trained as us. Having them attempt boarding would be suicidal. Well, I don't really care about casualties if the mission fails. Have you blown up all signal markers in the regions designated by the brass? They're all gone. Then it's perfect. Without the signal markers, nobody will be making calls to the outside of our AO. Sounds like a perfect mission completion to me. Also, we have drone surveillance for this mission. even if someone wants to cut in, we'll have enough time to hunt them down later. Plus, it's not like I'm actually going to let those rookies fight those crazy dolls in close combat. Our objective is to make sure that vehicle's commander think we're going to board them. Have our people stand by and wait for further orders. Kenny is clearly used to Lentine's habits and doesn't probe further. The assaulting IFVs draw closer to the Elmo, while Lentine keeps her eyes focused on the screen, as though she's waiting for something. The charging rhinos are now 1 kilometer away from the enemy. Still no response. She anxiously studies the positioned IFVs in the Elmo, leaving deep teeth prints in her cigarette. Adjutant, the enemy MPV is on the move. The MPV realizes they can't take a panic like this. A moment later, the Elmo's drive system revealed themselves as defense mode armor plating rises and retracts into storage. Although the mode switches take less than a minute, it's enough for Manji security forces to launch a vicious attack. At last! Kenny, have all the rhinos launch all remaining missiles, now! Explosions rock the MPV as Lentine's order is executed. Although the MPV's dolls are the best interest of the projectiles, the saturation is spread overwhelms the MPV shielding and scores direct hits on the superstructure. The unarmored parts of the ramp are instantly potholed, and the high-strength polycard windows begin to crack. By the time the dust clears, the MPV has barely managed to finish its mode change. The MPV for the Meiji Security Force drags its pockmarked shell along and turns with unexpected speed, rushing toward an opening the PMC forces couldn't seal off in time. Very decisive. There's nobody else who would make that choice. Rhino 4, have your forces concentrate fire on the MPV's undercarriage. Several autocannons roar as they blast away the Elmo's whirling gears. While each individual shell is not too devastating, the sustained barrage deals tremendous damage to the hulking MPV. However, the Elmo seems intent on breaking out of the encirclement and ignores the attack from the IFVs around it, driving into a face of the shells raining down on it at some unknown destination. Behind it, the Manji security forces are in hot pursuit. The multiple hits on the running gears and autocannons cause load-bearing wheels to fall from the mountains. As a result, the Elmo shakes violently as it travels at high speed. However, the driver's technique means that the MPV stabilizes itself as it limps out of the Manji security blockade. Yes, carefully thought out and turned. Lentine studied the direction where the Elmo is headed, and then a topical map of the region. After zooming out repeatedly, she sees an abandoned town to the northwest. The MPV's broken out of the encirclement. They're picking up speed, and our IFCs can't catch up with them. That's fine. They think they can escape now, now that we know where we're headed. Where are they going anyway? Here. Points to the screen, indicating a town of the cigarette, then pats Kenny on the shoulder. This is the only place that I'll let them escape our encirclement. I want to praise them for finding out a way so soon. Wait, isn't that... The coordinates of the town in question has an omen icon on it. Have our ambush forces prepare for battle. Our guests are coming. She can't withstand an assault like this. All she can do is flee miserably under the absolute superiority of her enemy's firepower, unable to protect the things she wants to defend. This is the price of abandoning everything and leaving the game. It's truly unsightly. As expected, she made the right choice back then. That thought runs through Lentine's head as she watches the sand dunes vanish into the distance behind her. Everything is going as she planned. Now that she has set up an ambush that is so overwhelmingly favors her, how long will that woman be able to continue struggling? Leader, we're almost at the past.
是新的任务，交给我吧。
Everyone get ready for battle. Mailing, how's the Elmo? The structure's been badly damaged and the engine's severely overheated from all the high-speed travel just now. Our top speed is only 15 miles an hour.
Huh?
Got it. Keep the Elmo on the move. Don't stop for anything. All points, load up on explosives. We need to jam up the mouths of the path and shake off the enemy's pursuit.
准备就绪。
I did not even see that. I'll come back to it later. Leader, enemies in the black are surrounding us. They see through us. Change of plan. Eliminate the enemies near the Elmo. Krolik, try to figure out the numbers and positions of the enemy, and remember, don't let them tie you up. Okay. Nemesis, I'll send a topographical map of this area to you. Get to high ground and fire at will. Thunder, rumbling in all directions. Bepley, you're in charge of distracting the enemy forces on the ground. Give Krolik and Nemesis a chance to break through their formation.
下次的舞台演出
No
是
problem.
可爱风呢，
Bepley's
还
the
是
best
挑
at
战
drawing
一下
attention.
动
What about
感
you,
风？
Leader?
指挥官，你怎么想？
I'll plant the charges and keep the enemy from catching up to us. Mainly to tell the commander that the enemy's caught up to us and beware the enemy attack on the way back. But I haven't been able to get through since just now. Keep trying to contact the commander until you get through. Okay. Keep trying to keep the hills. Right. That's our plan then. Let's go, everyone. Alright, we've got Nemesis.
Olas.
We've got Krolik. And we've got... There we go.
动作完美。
Poor bastard. Doesn't know what's coming to him. Here comes Vepley. Oh, hi. I did not even notice you were here. Get fucked.
来试试。挡在我面前，冲！哼！崩出子之灵劫。哼！还有想反抗的家伙。破绽。
Damn, is that a percentage deletion of the fucking I didn't realize that was a percentage deletion. We paid for that. Hey, bitch. Eat this shit.
了解。还有想反抗的家伙。
Leader, it doesn't look like they're trying to close the gap. Yes. Seems like they figured out what they're trying to do, what we're trying to do. Their aim is just to buy time, so they're keeping their distance and exchanging fire with us, keeping us from that building, which you could use to block the path. Do you think we have to launch an attack, even though we're getting to that side to get that, where the side that got ambushed? Hey, Shorty, we're pretty well together back there. Want to team up again? You want Vepley to shine even brighter? Yes, please. Draw their attention. I'll try to approach that building again. Nemesis, please cover us. Twining. The moment of enlightenment and distance from confusion. Nemesis says that she's low on ammo. Alright then. Our success or failure rests on this gambit. Let's go. Time for Vepley's favorite special effect. Smoke screens. She pulls out a smoke grenade and throws it at the opposite direction of recovered. The moment it bursts, the enemies rain down a spread of smoke cloud. Dolls emerge from their cover and race toward the very building they're going to bring down. Krolik, enemies on your 9, roughly 50 meters away. Later, you guys carry on, I'll wipe them out. Krolik lowers his stance and sprints over the enemies in question. Just screams fill the radio channel. 3 down. 3 more headed your way, leader. Their path might pass through the Mississippi fire, by the way. Before Krolik can finish speaking, a pair of bullets find their homes in enemy skulls. They collapse like puppets with their strings cut, and bright red liquid gushes out of their helmets. Before Krolik can spout a one-liner, a hail of bullets fly her way from another direction. She quickly ducks behind cover, trying to find the position of her attackers. This time, the enemy doesn't seem to really let her go. They have her position with a torrent of lead, keeping Krolik from completely pinned down. Quit bullying Krolik. Vepley, go help her. Vepley proceeds to double back to support Krolik. She throws her grenade with all her might, and the enemy throws back more grenades in response. Groza feels the heat and shockwaves from multiple detonations wash over her back. While she continues running forward, there's a hint of anxiety in her voice as she keys her communicator. Krolik, Vepley, you guys good? I'm okay. I just got hit by a few bullets. For some reason, I get the feeling I should bring a ranged weapon along next time. Flowing sand from running waters recede and goes still. At the furthest reaches the sunset. Okay, fine, you fucking win. Now fire off the rest of your rounds and cover us. Definitely thinks the show went a little too well, but Mr. Pizza will give me strength. The sound of heavy gunfire comes from the transmission once again, and this time it's getting closer to the dolls. Rosa can clearly tell her black armored troopers are worlds apart from the enemy she's previously encountered. Their shooting technique and tactics mark them as veteran fighters, and they clearly understand the terrain. Although their responses are slower than the dolls, they can still attack the dolls from multiple angles while hugging cover, negating the advantages in accuracy and reaction speed which dolls enjoy. The Elmo dolls were having a hard fight, and time is not on their side this time. Groza glances at the explosives in her backpack. So far, they haven't managed to set a single charge, and INF's pursuing them and not giving them a chance to catch their breath. If they can't block off the single road, giving them access to pass, then it's only a matter of time before the enemy's main force catches up and bites them. Rosa squeezes her weapon's foregrip and thinks about what to do with the burst coming so fast. We won't be fell for it. They weren't trying to delay us, they were just trying to directly destroy us. Just more than we expected, using their advantage of numbers and firepower to overwhelm us. Still, they aren't dolls. They'll die when they're killed. We've taken out so many of them already. Doesn't their commander give a damn about their fucking men? Rosa doesn't know how to answer that. Logically speaking, the most commanders would do as Krolik said and try to avoid the unnecessary casualties. But the enemy's fighting spirit and morale hasn't fallen because of their losses. She can't apply normal preconceptions to these foes. There's no point in talking all that. Leader, I'll delay the enemy. Hurry up and bring down that building. We can't let Commander come back to the side of the ammo in flames, right? That's right. Please, I'm counting on you. Rosa ducks into the target building and unpacks enough explosives to weapons, bringing down several times over before wiring weapon detonators and setting up an initiation sequence. However, the sound of IFV engines comes from nearby. Rosa looks up and her hands start moving and she sees the scene before her. The IFVs that have been engaging the Elmo are now heading down the road, going straight for the Elmo. Rosa's heart fills with despair as she never felt an unending stream of IFVs rumbles in. No matter how fast she works, there's no way she can finish putting all the explosives on all the buildings and all the building columns before the convoy passes by. Time seems to slow to a crawl. In Rosa's eyes, everything outside takes place in slow motion. In an instant, she remembers many things. Her life after parting with the commander, the scene of the reunion with her, the first time she downloaded her neural backup into its frame, and a strange feeling from back then. She clearly promised the commander that she would protect everyone on the helmet. No, she can't give up just yet. She needs to complete her mission, and besides, she still has her last resort. Rosa lays the explosives on the ground and quickly reconnects them before letting them on their back. The circuit ends with the detonator, whose time delay has been removed. Rosa takes it in the hand, discards her weapon, and jumps out in front of the first APC. The driver reacts quickly. Its autocannon and coaxial machine gun immediately began tracking her movement, but Doll's dexterity and rapid reflexes allowed her to easily avoid the attack. Immediately following, she throws herself into the slide and going under IFV. Krolik, take charge of my place from now on. Bring everyone to the Elmo immediately. Upon hearing Rosa's words, Krolik's reply over the radio sounds frantic. Leader, what are you doing? I will keep the enemy vehicles from approaching the Elmo. Everything seems to be happening in slow motion. As she watches bullets kick up puffs of sand and dust, she suddenly feels a strange sense of liberation. Neurocloud synchronization command selection. Disable? Warning. This command entails a high degree of risk. Please reconfirm the disable order. Leader, talk to me. What the fuck are you doing? You can't. Not again. Confirmed. Command confirmed. No uplink synchronization disabled. Time goes from slowing down to practically a standstill. Grossa watches herself gradually approach the other carriage to the IFV. She even sees the driver's look of panic as he tries to pull out his handgun but fails to do so in time. She sees the shell casings ejected by the turret's guns, as well as each and every pebble thrown into the air by the shaking of the ground. She sees a strange blue-colored flower blossoming before her and the blue butterfly flitting out of the flower's heart. And the final thing she sees is the commander's face, though for some reason it seems a little blurred. A strange feeling wells up inside the depths of her neural cloud, but the stranger is herself, standing in front of the commander. That self wears a completely different uniform from her, and has a completely different expression on her face. A powerful wave of fatigue washes over Groza. She closes her eyes and then stops thinking. Goodbye, Commander. Bros, I'm starting to think this is not about the fucking Zucchero anymore. Oh shit! As the helicopter reaches the jet black sky, it slowly descends and emerges from a cloud cover that prevents others from noticing it. I can't help but worry as I look at my reflection in the window and back at the terminal in front of me. The terminal displays a connection lost icon. I sigh and try to reestablish the communications link. Groza, do you read me? Come in, Elmo. However, the only thing I hear is from my earpiece is the hissing of static. I've been trying to contact him throughout the entire flight, but I haven't been able to get through so far. I clench my fist and glance unhappily at the hovering Dynagate. Didn't you say you can maintain comms with the Elmo no matter the distance? That would require the local signal markers to be intact, by the way. So the nearby signal markers have all been destroyed. Considering the scale of the enemy attack Rosa mentioned, that's definitely a possibility. It also means that the opposition prepared their ambush very well. While they're going up against the Elmo, I can't underestimate the reaction speed of those black armored Mongi security troopers. Look at the window and on the ground below. The path I told the Elmo is to head toward is right below us. I head over to the cockpit while Shadowplay and Centaureissi are sitting in the pilot and co-pilot seats. Shadowplay, descend to 200 meters and maintains all altitude. Okay. Have the helicopter's rocket pods been reloaded? Topped up and ready to go. Good. Centaureissi, when we fly above the pass, try to use the vehicle radio to establish comms at short range. Commander, the enemy might discover us if we use the radio. It's alright. They won't be able to respond. The helicopter soars through the air above the pass, and I can see quite a number of ant-like vehicles swarming the entrance. There are intermittent flashes of light in the settlement of the pass. There are people exchanging fire there, and plain to see our people among them. Looking further into the distance, I see the MBV crawling along this huge plume of black smoke. It's traveling slowly, but it's already drawn away from the firefight. Centaureissi turns on the radio, and I begin hailing it. Soon I hear Mei Ling's voice amidst the noise. Mei Ling, do you read me? Commander! Thank goodness I got through at last. Calm down, Mei Ling. What's happening now? We've been chased by a lot of enemy armor. We've headed toward the town you mentioned earlier, but the enemies they're waiting to ambush us. Leader Groza took the dolls out to intercept, and she said she would blow up the road on this side. So they saw through it, huh? Can you contact Groza? No, I can't. Leader and the others have been responding since now. Do you think they're in danger? I'll go back them up. You keep driving the Elmo and don't stop for anything. You got that? I got it. Commander, please bring back Groza and the others. Leave it to me. I put down the handset and return to the passenger cabinet. I look around at the dolls holding their weapons and ammo and begin handing out combat assignments. Daiyan, Jiang Yu, Zhao Hui, Centaureissi, you'll be forming a squad to assist and relieve Groza's team. You already know who Groza is. The other three members of the team are a doll with bunny ears, a doll with purple cape, and a doll with a Mr. Pizza's backpack. You should be able to recognize them at a glance. Don't get stuck with the enemy. Find them and bring them back to the chopper ASAP. Understood. We'll take care of it, Commander. Time to show your power of an elite doll, Commander. Kaufney, you'll be in charge of protecting Melanie. Do not leave her side for a moment. Yup. Are you alright with that, Melanie? I'm okay. Alright, prepare to move out. I head back to the cockpit, instructing Sharky to fly over for fireflight. Once we're above it, I point out a largely intact building, and Sharky immediately picks up on what I want and descends. Let's go! Centaureissi and Daiyan open the hatches on the respective sides of the chopper, and a ferocious downwash screams at the outside. The dolls stand by the open doors, while Kaufney shields Melanie from the howling winds of her body. The helicopter nears the target building, and the dolls jump out when it's roughly 10 meters above the roof. Time for a Griffin airdrop. Watch this, big sis. Jiang Yu does a magnificent flip in midair before touching down. Daiyan, who has touched down alongside her, glances at her sister before reapproaching her. Be careful, Jiang Yu. We're in a combat zone now. But that's what I want. It feels like old times. So this is what you used to do. No wonder you're always so restless. Why, you jelly? I love her face. Ladies of Monsoon, let's head out. Pardon us, Centaureissi. Let's go. Centaureissi. The dolls dart into the building and the helicopter pulls up again as it heads toward the mouth of the pass. Looks like it's about time. From the co-pilot seat, I see multiple IFVs working their way through the town area. They're driving single file toward the Elmo, the perfect opportunity for us. Sharky, target this road and blow all these APCs to scrap. Will do. I see a doll there. The helicopter adjusts its position as it hovers and plunges into a straight run. Rockets scream out of their succession and explosions erupt along the length of the road, turning the IFVs into burning wrecks. Rosa feels her frame hit the ground hard with a dull thud. In the wake of the deafening explosions, the walls of the pass crumble and the ruins building nearby collapse, engulfing the fleeing Mongi security troopers. She can hear their screams, and she can see the mangled remains of humans that have been blasted into gory chunks, and she can feel their hot blood raining down on her. But wait a minute. Didn't she just... Groza thinks back to what she was doing before she found herself collapsed on the ground. Do dolls feel like this after they blow themselves up? It didn't seem any different from normal. She recalled a time when scientific advancement in this world was so limited, but humans believed that after death they would become something called ghosts, entities left behind after one's death. Then, is she some sort of data ghost now? Groza lies motionless, trying to clear her head. In her recollection, she was preparing to press the button in her detonator, but then the IFV before her suddenly exploded, and the massive shockwave sent her flying. Groza looks down at her right hand. The detonator is still there, and she didn't press it. Then, what was the explosion just now? Before she can think about it, the sounds of more gunfire and explosions come to the other side of the room. Looks like the opposition hasn't given up yet. They're trying to blast a hole in the debris and fallen rock blocking the path, so the troops outside can get inside and continue fighting. Once again, there's another deafening explosion. Rocks and debris fly everywhere, and the blocked passage shows signs of clearing. Another one, and... the rubble blocking their path is completely blown away. She can hear the Mongi troopers approaching, so close that she can see the grey helmets through the breach. Is this the end? No, not yet. Bullets silently fly past her, accurately striking the Mongi troopers in the head. Shocked, Groza looks back and sees the dolls rushing out of the smoke and running to her side. Miss Groza, are you alright? Are you the reinforcement sent by the commander? Miss Groza, do you not remember me? Yes, I am. Master sent me to help you withdraw. Where are the other dolls? They're behind me, fighting in the streets. They're engaged with the enemy. They need backup. Understood. Miss Diane, please take Monsoon Squad and reinforce the other dolls. I'll evacuate Miss Groza. Understood. We'll leave things on this side to you. Please stay still, Miss Groza. You've sustained severe damage to your frame. I'll drag you out of there. Nemesis, what happened to your cover fire, man? Departure. Lost and hidden friends. What do you mean ran out of ammo? Now of all times? Get it together already. Are there dolls approaching us from over there? They're fast. Are they enemies? Don't shoot. We're friendlies. Are you dolls from the ammo? Yes, we are. We're from the Monsoon Squad. The commander sent us to back you up. We'll be recovering your withdrawal. So the commander sent you, but leaders still out there. Our teammate will bring her back. Let's hear the enemies in front of us first, shall we? Sounds good. Time to give those bastards a spanking. Okay, so no Groza. We have Vep. I'm gonna... let's see. So, Centaureissi helped Groza out. I'm gonna assume she comes back because I don't have a die-in. Oh no, okay. Fuck you. I'm not even gonna let you harm my dolls this time. Let's see. Frag out. go a certain way. Son of a bitch. Ooh, wait. I can do this. Hold on. This would be really funny if I could pull this off. Aw, dude, I can't do that. What if I... No! Oh, wait, no, I can. But this doesn't slash anything. It's only on the side. Wait, hold on. So you're telling me I can't do this, but I can do... Oh, I can. But this still only puts me at the box. Bad. Okay. Fine. I'll just do this instead. Okay. You're telling me that thing survived somehow? That's funny as fuck. Okay. Alright.
为您服务。哼，
You're about to enter your own hurt. Alright, time for a boof.
有空隙。
Alright.
哼。镜像，行动中。
Knife.
该清理一下。救救我呗！
The red-haired woman anxiously studies the message on the screen, not even realizing her cigarette has almost burned itself out. Half of the IFVs she sent into the town have been destroyed, and the other half have been wedged outside the fallen rocks and rubble. Meanwhile, there is a ceaseless stream of casualty reports on her omen forces. Just now, the dolls that jumped out of the helicopter had completely eliminated any chance she had of wiping out those encircled dolls. That helicopter had shown up in incredible timing and practically destroyed her entire employment in an instant. Could it be that she fleeing the MBV had only been a decoy? Was she the one being ambushed all along? The confidence she had started with crumbles in an instant, and Lentine can't help but wonder if there's a bigger trap waiting for her behind all this. Any other person would probably not be able to do it, but she can't even begin to imagine what kind of strategies that man who came back from the Frankfurt can employ. Or woman. Lentine's underestimation of her has already cost her dearly, and right now she knows that her only choice is not a choice at all. Contact all squads, have them begin withdrawing, load up on the dead and wounded where possible, and return to our muster point. But, Adjutant, we can still fight. We have those dolls surrounded. And what if they have more dolls lying in wait for us? What? We still have the perimeter lockdown mission ahead of us. We can't lose any more men. Bring everyone back now. Yes, ma'am. Damn it! Kenny angrily punches the seat before leaving the IFV. He doesn't look back. It's only now that Lentine notices the burning pain in her fingertips. She clicks her tongue and drops her cigarette butt. Its lingering heat scorches a black edged circle on the intelligence report lying on the floor of the vehicle. Lentine picks it up, preparing to throw the pages that made her lose so much out of the fucking vehicle. However, her hand stops halfway, and Lentine instantly throws the report back on the ground. There's a strange feeling in her heart. It's been there for a full 10 years, appearing in her dreams, showing up whenever she doubted herself, forcing her to find all kinds of excuses for her actions in order to get out neutral. As it is, she can no longer hold it back, and the feeling that utterly denies all choices that she has made, an emotion that completely crushes her soul like into the dirt. How is it she can still beat me after falling so far? Why would she give up everything when she's this capable? It makes no sense. She has to ask her and find the answer to that question. Lentine grabs her gun and stands up, throwing open the IFV's hatch. She clenches her fist, driving her nail so deeply into her palm that blood begins welling up and dripping from her hand. It shouldn't. The thing shouldn't be this way. Come on, load up! Monsoon Squad brings the Elmo dolls to the roof of a nearby building. As the helicopter's load touches down are open, the hatch of the dolls can rush inside. Diane and the others bring Krolik, Vetley, and Nemesis with them into the helicopter, which makes the passenger apartment feel a little cramped. Zhao Hui and Zhang Yu reluctantly take up positions at the edge of the cabin, guns raised and scanning the surroundings. Commander, where'd you know these people from, man? They're old friends. Where's Groza? Miss Centaureissi says she's helping him to evacuate Groza. I look down, but there's no sign of her. I pick up the headset and hail Centaureissi. Hey, Centaureissi, where are you two? Master, Miss Groza is badly hurt. The enemy caught up to us and they're trying to hold him off. Find a way to indicate your location. Got it. I hear a magazine change over the transmission. Shortly afterwards, I see a stream of tracer rounds hurtle into the sky. I immediately point in that direction and order sharply to dust off. Once we reach that area above the tracers, I can clearly make out Centaureissi and Groza fighting off the enemy from behind us. Young Yu ends out, I immediately right the enemy support weapons with gunshots and suppressive fire from the distance eases off. Centaureissi looks up from the helicopter and takes advantage of the lull in the shooting to grab Groza and head for the nearest roof. A pair of missiles fly toward the helicopter, but unfortunately Sharkry had been slowly orbiting the site and dodges them. Diane moves up the doorway and joins the other dolls in suppressing the source of those rockets. Meanwhile, I get Sharkry to rapidly descend and get to as close as the building edge as possible. Just as the helicopter levels out, Centaureissi appears in the roof carrying Groza. She widens her steps and picks up speed, jumping off the roof of Groza. The two of them slam into the helicopter like a cannonball. Fortunately, the other dolls help them soften the impact. Diane helps Centaureissi lay Groza on the cabin floor while Zhang Yu immediately closes the hatch. Seeing that everyone is aboard, Sharkry immediately climbs into the air, beating a hasty retreat while being pursued by more rockets. The helicopter flies toward the Elmo. Fortunately, the roof landing pad isn't too badly damaged. Sharkry lands chopper on the Elmo and the dolls dismount, waiting for further instructions. I look into the distance. The Elmo is clear of that ruined town and the enemy shows no intention of continuing the pursuit. I sigh in relief and turn my attention back to the dolls. Groza's frame is riddled with shrapnel, and Krolik and Nemesis are carefully unloading her from the helicopter. Groza, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm sorry, I almost failed to complete my mission. It was my fault for coming back late. Don't speak. You need repairs. Groza nods and closes her eyes. I hear the chime of a hangar elevator nearby, and Mei Ling rushes out as the door opens. Commander? Leader, are you okay? She shakes her head, but she does not respond. Mei Ling, you've done a great job. Now I need you to do a little more. Got it. I'll start fixing Leader right now. With Mei Ling urging them on, Krolik and Nemesis help Groza into the repair bay. Will she really be alright? I really hope it's just surface level damage. We'll have to wait for Mei Ling to finish running diagnostics. Speaking of diagnostics, why don't you give Melanie a checkup? After that, we can get her a room to rest in. Alright, come with me, okay, Melanie? She glances at me and obediently falls coughing down the stairs. I eventually give the other dolls a tour of the Elmo, which also includes performing a damage assessment of the stricken areas. I head back to the ops room. Thanks to the recent attack, it's a total fucking mess though. Glass panels have been broken and fragments are fucking everywhere. I can't help but sigh as I think about how the Elmo had just been repaired not too long ago, only for it to be reduced to this state once again. I sit back down in my chair. Who would have thought so many things would happen in just this course of one day? The hitherto silent Dandegate flies above my head once again. Dandelion's smug voice rings out from above me. What an exciting day this was, Commander. Does it remind you of your Griffin days? I can't help but be reminded of them, man. I reach up to grab the Dandegate above my head, but it nimbly evades my grasp. The Dandegate flies before me and projects Dandelion's face again. She's yawning and stretching lazily. So, were the day's events a coincidence that you arranged to? How could that be? The only coincidence I arranged was for you to meet Monsoon and Zucchero, but you ended up rewriting the script in your own way, you know. I had nothing to do with the encounter in the underground lab, and the fight with Monkey Security, or that girl. Oh, really? Anyway, about that data you found in the underground lab, have you learned anything about it yet? I found a piece of information before we left the range of the signal marker network, that's for sure. As it turns out, there has been a string of missing persons and cultist activity cases filed in the police departments of various major districts in the nearby satellite cities. So far, I've read through about 800 plus reports, over 13k pictures, 46 videos, and the material involves over 1,000 people. Right now, I'm trying to analyze similarities and sort them to see if I can find any clues. However, the reports are all highly disorganized and there are signs of systematic internal tampering in addition to the confusing information. What? So, give me a little more time, okay? It's only been half a day, and even I can't adjust all this at once. The rest will just have to wait until my connection to the signal marker network is restored. However, there seems to be some similarities between the experiment you found and what HIDE 404 is investigating. Perhaps they might give you a lead to follow. I trust you haven't forgotten them yet. How could I ever? Lena assigned you to pick them up, right? Groza and the others were attacked on the road to get them. They're probably the same people on the as the ones that attacked 404. That's my guess too. According to the PMC registration database, Monkey Security is supposed to be a small independent company with less than 100 employees to their name. Seems like Namfa must have messed up really badly if they managed to overlook a company with this level of equipment and manpower. Well, we'll tell Colleen about this afterwards. However, we've been cut off since just now. We can't contact anyone, be they 404 or Lena. The enemy is smart. They knew to destroy the signal markers. However, I doubt this would pose a problem for 404, you know? I mean something like this. Dandelion points to the ops main terminal. Suddenly it buzzes with a comms request. I glance at Dandelion and then I warily put it through. Hey, looks like I finally got through. Man, it sure was hard fixing a signal marker with hardware this old. Man, the clue guy would have killed me if I didn't fix it. Just thinking about it scares me. For a moment, I'm not sure how to answer. There's a look of doubt on my face as I listen to the voice on the line. No response? Hello? Can you hear me? I'm connected, right? You haven't forgotten who I am, have you, Commander? There's a brief burst of noise. The video window dissolves into static and then clears up. There's a man with his back to the camera. He seems banging on something? There's a burst of sparks, and then the man throws his wrench aside and slowly turns around. As he does, the man's face is revealed by the cold light of the overhead fluorescent lamps. Wait a minute. Is that you, dear?
这么简单就结束？
Outside the Almost windows, a sunny gust of wind speeds through the darkened sky. There are no elite corpses here or nauseating monsters. The endless sands are as clean as nothing had ever happened. The helicopter slowly lands on the Elmo. The adults open the latch and jump down from the chopper, while Deer follows behind them as he touches down on the Elmo. After receiving Deer's distress signal, Centaureissi took Diane and the others to the beacon station where Deer was. As per our previous comms, I learned that he had to come to offer assistance after 404 had gone missing. By the time he had arrived at the location, he found that all the signal markers in the region had been destroyed and that Monkey Security had seized control of all the roads leading in and out. In the end, he became trapped there. Fortunately, Lena had given him the Elmo's comm code, so he managed to contact us after fixing a signal marker. We didn't encounter any enemies at the signal marker. The helicopter returned to the Elmo after taking Deer aboard, though. The dolls returned to the repair bay to rest while Deer came to the ops room. I gave him a quick once-over and couldn't help but feel unfamiliar with his fucking look. Damn! Look at him! Honestly, I dig it. I dig it. Well, it's been like a long time since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to grow up like this. Well, I am a human after all. Our looks are different to dolls. We grow up fast. Yes, of course, I know that. That said, what's more interesting is that you're still helping out Squad 404. Well, there were times I went and asked myself, why am I even putting myself through all this crap? But hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? And besides, I heard that the Elmo would be helping them out, and I always wanted to take a look around the Elmo. Is this thing really that interesting? Of course it is. After all, it's a cutting-edge IOP product. The final glory of the NSU's heavy industry. A one-of-a-kind model whose like will never be seen again. Yeah, it sounds pretty awesome. Honestly, you don't even know how valuable this thing is, do you, Commander? All I know is that thanks to its workshop bills, I have trouble just getting enough water to drink. Hey, you get what you pay for. Would you mind if I upgraded the comm system over here? Be my guest. I step aside and let Deer take out a bunch of strange devices before starting work on the command console. After some banging and fiddling, I see a screen on the console's monitor that I've never seen before. So what's this? I upgraded the Elmo's comm systems and also set up a temporary encrypted comms channel. I'm sure there were some cases in the past where transmissions were leaked to the outside world, right?
Why do you ask? Lena told me about it. She said that after the Misc found out about the non-fuzz comms have been cracked by others on multiple occasions, she told 404 about it and asked to improve the signal encryption. Leva felt that relying on an encrypted channel alone was pointless, so not only did she boost the encryption on all of our communications, she also installed a honey trap in 404's information systems. Any visitors who haven't been invited by 404 will receive a special surprise from them. Unfortunately, the upgraded technology still hasn't managed to catch that visitor who's turned up so many times before, though. The encrypted comm channel that I set up here is similar to the one 404 is using right now. This way, we can better ensure data security between both sides. If that's the case, Kalina had the best upgrade on her end, too. Well, about that, I don't dare to mess around lightly with things on non-fuzz end. Although, I think that's where the biggest hole in security is. So you think non-fuzz is problematic? Like, it would be strange if a government organization of that level didn't have loopholes, right? I fall silent for a while and don't respond to his words. In principle, I trust Kalina unconditionally, but she's a part of non-fa and I can't make up my mind about them right now. After some thought, I decided to change the subject. Yes, you were saying that Lena asked you to come over? Yup. Earlier, Klukai mentioned that having some trouble getting a network signal, so Lena sent me over to help troubleshoot things for her. At first, I thought it was just a standard mission, so I took my family helicopter over and paid for transportation and tools myself. Now that I really think about it, Klukai is really stingy. So you entered the yellow zone all by yourself? Well, the danger level for this place wasn't high, and my truck had good specs, so the Varhuggers had trouble catching up. I thought that I could just find a signal marker, drop off an enhanced base station, and be done with it, but it turns out every single marker I'd encountered on the way was completely destroyed for some reason. The only one whose internals I could even bring repair was the last one. After that, I found a way out was completely controlled by monkey forces. I figured they should be full of holes before I even tried to go back, so luckily I met you, Commander. Otherwise, I would have been totally fucking screwed. Saying so, Deer fiddles with the console interface and rescans for a new transmission signal. The moment the rescan finishes, a shining point immediately appears on the screen. What's this? It's the transmission base station. It's broadcasting right now. Can I connect to it? Yeah, do it now. Deer connects to the transmission. A rapid, loud voice speaks over the channel. 3762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We have an emergency and need support. I repeat, we need support. Survey Corps? Aren't those the forces that 404 are working with? Can we communicate with them? No, there's no response. This is an audio clip looped on broadcast. Can we backtrace their signal then? Sure, we can. Alright, location confirmed. They're not far away. I picked up my terminal and contact Centaureissi. Master? Centaureissi, I have a new assignment for you. Get ready for battle alongside the Monsoon Squad and meet in the hangar. Understood. Preparing now. I have Deer instead the coordinates of the dolls and look up the night sky as dark and mysterious as its mission. This might be our break in finding HIDE 404. Hey! We get to see HK416. This will be sick.
跟上节拍。
It's just a bunch of diner gates. Can I shoot him from here? Oh, I can't. It seems to be hidden. Is there any enemies in here? No. I could
凝神，来试试。
use Crawl Up to get rid of these. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll move you this way.
都给我去死！太弱了。行动中，我在。哼。
Oh man, I should have fucking. That's fine.
凝神，请吩咐。
Dead.
该清理去除污垢。我在。 乐你吧。跟上节拍，太长了。
Did you seriously come over here? Are you fucking stupid? You are so fucking dumb. Get him, wife. Oh, wait, hold up. Wait, I can do this.
我在。争横为越，立地成兵。请下令。
What do you even do? There's not even a debuff here.
凝神。
Just fucking smacked her a little bit.
乐你吧。
The last thing you see before you die.
凝神。
29K.
请吩咐。乐你吧。哼。
The helicopter takes off from the ammo, and I decide to head over to the repair bay while waiting for the news. I leave the ops room after telling the Dandaki to keep an eye on the ammo status and surroundings. Deer follows me down too. When we enter the repair bay, we can see Mei Ling performing the final adjustments on Groza, while the other dolls keep her company. Commander, you're here. Yep, how are things? Mei Ling says things are okay, but just now, leader... Kolik immediately shuts up when she realizes what's going on and pushes Nemesis and Vepley out of the room. Right, we're gonna check on the rest of the ammo. You guys have a good chat, Commander. After the dolls leave the room, Groza sits up on the diagnostic slab. Groza? Are you alright? Commander? I'm fine. Thank you for sending help. Yeah, things were really close out there. Mei Ling, how's Leader's frame? I was startled when I first saw her, but when I ran my diagnostics, I realized there weren't that many penetrating injuries. Fortunately, most of the wounds were caused by shrapnel. While it caused a certain amount of damage to the limbs, we can fix them up. We can fix them up with replacement parts. That's good to hear. After seeing that Groza is alright, I managed to calm down at last. I step aside to make room for Deer, and then introduce him to Groza and Mei Ling. This is Mei Ling. She is Elmo's chief engineer. Groza is the leader of the Elmo's doll squad. Deer nods to them. Mei Ling returns the nod a little timidly. And this is Deer. I guess you can call him 404's... Just call me 404's technician. I'll do everything I can to help you out during the upcoming operation. Nice meeting you. Oh. Alright. Groza nods to Deer. For some reason, Groza seems to be acting very strangely. Suddenly, Deer's eyes light up and he excitedly rushes over to the slab behind Groza. Puzzled, I follow his movements with my eyes and see him practically skip over to where Sexton's is lying. Sexton's frame has been badly damaged, just about all of her exposed skin has been destroyed, and her body is also badly deformed. You even have a 3rd gen doll? You know this is a 3rd gen doll? Of course I do. This is the latest tech developed by Orlog Conglomerate. Even the core collaborator companies who are working on it need to wait at least 6 months just to look at the relevant files, dude. I can't believe you've gotten so rich and powerful after not seeing for so long, Commander. Oh, I just picked her up by accident. By accident? A 3rd gen doll costs as much of a fucking skyscraper, dude. And that's just the financial cost alone. This isn't such a thing you can solve with money. Well, it's a long story. We fought her during the previous mission, and then she suddenly just showed up near the Elmo. We dragged her on board after we smacked her around for a little bit. To think you actually managed to beat a monster of that level. Looks like you've been lying about your combat strength, Commander. Well, not really. There was something wrong with her when we ran into her. Both her perception and memories were confused. Maybe you can help take a look at her? Happy to help. Still, in her current state, well, the materials for repairing her will cost an astronomical sum, though. I coughed to hide my awkwardness. Is there a cheap way to do it? Cost aside, the main problem is that my understanding of 3rd gen dolls is surface level at best. Frankly speaking, I don't have much confidence in doing it. Well, you got a chance now.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, since I've got a chance to take a crack at this, don't mind if I fucking do. Deer pulls out his toolbox and places a plethora of instruments I've never seen before. After plugging all manner of cables into Sexton's access ports, Deer's instruments begin flashing and making noises. Huh. It's a mess in there, chunk code and bad sectors everywhere. Her brain was pretty much in mush when we met her, though. Upon seeing that we were discussing Sextons, Mailing helps Groza off her slap and walks over to me. When you were around, Leader tried to hacking into her neural cloud to gather information. Why did you take that risk? Her firewalls were down, and so I judged that hacking into her would not pose any risks. I see. So, did you make any progress? Her neural cloud was a mess when I hacked in. My guess is that it was severely damaged by a fusion experiment. I tried connecting her to level 3 base layer and learned some things. Apparently, someone ran an experiment on her and deliberately destroyed her. However, her internal files were too badly damaged and I couldn't make out any details, though. I see. Dear, I also need the information in her neural cloud. Please help me fix her neural cloud as best you can. Why don't you ask for the moon dude while you're at it? Deer takes another electronic device and hooks it up to several cables of Sexton's head. After a while, the connections crackle and throw off sparks, even setting the device Deer is holding on fire. A short circuit. How is it? Looks like what Leader Girls has said. Someone wrecked this third gen neural cloud almost to the point of complete destruction. Whoever did it targeted all vital and irrecoverable parts of her neural cloud. See, although her frame structure is still largely intact, it's almost inoperable. It's like a kind of a neurosurgeon went and severed linkages in the human brain. There aren't many destroyed nodes, but her neural cloud module is pretty much a write-off. Also, it seems her body... He narrows his eyes and carefully studies an almost destroyed portion of Sexton's epidermal layer. Is something wrong? No. Still, why would anyone make a doll frame out of this? Pretty imaginative, I must say. Is there material that you haven't seen before? Well, it's not like I haven't seen it before, just that I've never thought anyone would make a frame out of it. Get to the point. What is it? Deer thinks for a moment and then reaches into his toolbox and takes out something that looks like a microscope. He looks for a place on Sexton's body and then sets it up and calls me over. Here, take a look. What is this? It looks like some kind of biological tissue, or rather some kind of cells. Looks like someone was trying to fuse this doll's frame materials with some kind of cell. That's a little surprising. The cells don't look very active. The fusion didn't work, seems like. I think about what Deer is saying, and I suddenly sense someone staring at me. When I turn around, I suddenly notice a little figure standing in the doorway. There is the pitter-patter of footsteps, and then Coffney appears from the doorway as well, grabbing the arm of the little figure. Melanie, what are you doing here? There's something here. Melanie? Upon hearing my words, Melanie reflexively backs away. So you adopted a daughter as well, bro? Look, it's a really long story. Hi, hello, Melanie. Melanie backs away even further. Ugh, do I even look that scary, dude? Coffney, what are the results of her checkup? Melanie's vital signs are all stable. Too stable, in fact. Melanie ignores the exchange between Coffney and me. She raises her hand and points to the doll behind me before addressing me directly. I want to see that doll. That doll? I point to Sexton's. You mean her? She nods. Sure, I guess. Melanie approaches us, and suddenly a chill runs down my spine, and my hand reflexively reaches for the gun at my waist. Upon realizing what I'm doing, I quickly turn aside so she doesn't see me and fold my arms across my chest. She walks up to Sexton's and looks her up and down. Finally, her gaze settles on a position where we discover the signs of cellular fusion. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one. But she looks like... well, a lot of the ones I saw before. She also has signs of this fusion. Melanie's words make me stiffen up. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? They're from Boojum extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. Boojum cell structures? Hang on. Cell activity has suddenly increased. Deer quickly checks on Sexton's condition. Groza walks up in front of me and reflexively takes up a defensive position, while Coffney pulls Mailing and Melanie away. Be careful, Commander. Logically speaking, the chances of her self-repairing like this should be vanishingly low, but the characteristics of Boojum cells might actually just end up coming into play here. Self-repair, huh? So a doll who can self-repair, and a third gen at that. Well, that's interesting. Looks like she's recovering faster than expected. Oh. Her neural cloud is rebooting. The bad sectors are now actually accepting connections. Deer stares incredulously at the instruments he's holding while Groza warily raises a gun and points it at Sextons while shouting to Coffney. Get Mailing and that girl out of here. Okay. Coffney drags Mailing and Melanie outside. Melanie keeps looking back as she goes. After Coffney closes the door behind her, I return my attention to Sextons. Can you repair her neural cloud backup logs while we're at it? I'm doing it right now. Reboot successful. Local neural backup cloud activated. Backup failed. Reboot successful. Local neural cloud backup activated. Now connecting the remote database. Remote database connection failed. Rebooting in local mode. System online. Now loading affiliation data. Affiliation ID failed. Sextons opens her eyes but remains still. She looks at me, her eyes filled with confusion. Are you my master? Your master? Sextons walks towards me and extends a hand. I effectively reach out to take it, but Groza blocks me. Commander, she poses a huge threat. You must not lower your guard. Deer quickly works on his instruments and he suddenly chuckles. Commander, looks like you might actually become her new master. What do you mean? Well, her affiliation and authorization data have been completely cleared out and her systems are back to their default state. If you like, you can take ownership of her. Does that mean anything? Of course it does. That way you can retrieve those neural logs you wanted. I mean, the only human here who can do this is you, right, Commander? I glance at Groza. She doesn't look at me. Her gun is still trained on Sextons. If it will aid in your mission, then you should assume ownership of her. Oh. I nod, and Deer immediately begins tapping away at his touchscreen. Sexton's eyes briefly flash, and soon Deer puts his instruments down and confidently addresses me. Done. She won't regard you guys as enemies anymore, and her neural cloud is reconstructing itself. Also, I found something pretty neat. Something neat? She has an IIF key in her database. Do you know what that means? Are you saying that anything the key regards as a friendly actually is enemy to us? That's right. See, all the combat logs from nearby have been transmitted to our neural cloud. My guess is that these friendly coordinates show the movements of Monkey security forces. There's no other PMC with so many guys in this shitty part of the Yellow Zone, so the 3rd Gen dolls are also linked to Monkey security. I mean, that much is obvious, right? 3rd Gen dolls were the product of a conglomerate to begin with. Yeah. So if we have more precise location for the HID 404, we can use Sextons to backtrace them through Monkey security positions. I nod and then my terminal rings. Commander, do you read me? Loud and clear. Go ahead. We found the coordinates, and we ran into a small detachment of Monkey security personnel. They were a few in number, and we have already eliminated them. We found a couple of Survey Corps troopers during a firefight. One perished, and the other was very badly wounded. Can you send him back to the Elmo for treatment? His wounds are severe, and we cannot move him very easily. Miss Diane is administering first aid, but... Diane, what is that trooper's condition? His bleeding isn't stopping. At this rate, he won't last long. Are you dolls? Let me speak with your commander. Master, patch him in. Will do. We're from 3762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We're bounty hunters who are passing by and picked up your distress signal. Can you tell me what happened to you? Thank you. While carrying out our mission, we encountered many elids and enemies from an unknown faction. They destroyed all the signal markers nearby. I knew it. While we were setting up the signal-based station, we were attacked by mercenaries from Monkey security. Our mission can't end with us for the sake of our brothers. Please stay still, you're in critical condition. Right now, I'm constricting your dolls in the name of 7th Survey Corps. Please head to our position and provide backup. Our main force has been surrounded. If you help, I'm sure the first sergeant will reward you very well. Understood. We will help you. Thank you. Hang in there. Don't give up. Remember, you promised. Commander, he's not breathing. Centaureissi, please bury them. Let them rest in peace. Also, bring their dog tags back to the Elma. Alright. I end the transmission and sigh heavily. I'd guess that the things would turn out this way, but I still can't feel but a little sad for those soldiers. Dear, you said HID 404 is accompanying the Survey Corps, right? That was what Klukai said, yes. So the base station they struggled to build should be nearby. Have Sextons prepare to backtrace them. Groza, take our remaining dolls. Use sextons as a guide to find HID 404. Understood. We have to find them. We cannot waste what the soldiers spent their lives to protect. Alright. We hurry back to the ops room, and Deer heads the comms tab and begins connecting with the equipment. Can you find 404's location with the base station? I'm trying, but my guess is it's not too likely. The base station might be Misc hardware, but Monkey Security already knows it exists, so in addition to sending people to destroy it, they'll increase their efforts in jamming its signal. The communications hub emits the signal loss tone, validating Deer's thinking. Didn't work like I expected. Still, there might be hope if we can use sextons to help. Hang on. Deer crawls onto the command terminal and begins installing some extra equipment. Meanwhile, I use this time to contact Centaureissi. Centaureissi, how are things now? We've buried the soldiers, and the base station seems to be running normally. Right. Spread out and establish a defense line. Now that Monkey knows that they failed, they'll send more people over to counterattack. You must ensure the base station is secure. Understood, Master. We won't disappoint you. Deer emerges from under the command terminal and taps several locations on the touchscreen, whereupon their menus begin to change. Right. I copied over the frequency settings for the military base station, and this way the Elmo can use it as a relay to search for nearby Monkey security signals. Well done. Groza, do you read me? Go ahead, Commander. Connect to Sexton's level 2 and see if you can find any treasure. Got it. Working now. She ends the transmission, and soon, Sexton's IIF key is transmitted to the Elmo's systems. This military base station has great coverage. And now for the nearby signal traces. What's wrong? The good news is that the IIF key is really effective. It's picking up traces of every single position our Monkey forces have been to. The bad news is it's picking up traces of every single position Monkey forces have been to, so they're all over the map. I look at the map after signal analysis has been done, and surroundings are covered in red dots. Looks like they are really earning their paychecks. Let's think about this from a different angle. Look for signal traces belonging to the highest ranked contacts among these. Deer gets my meaning. He nods and immediately begins working on the task. Got it. There are two sets of signal traces corresponding to highly encrypted wavelengths. The first was active between the half month or a day ago, while the other suddenly appeared a day ago. Looks like we found him. Can we try to pinpoint the signal location? One moment. Nope. Looks like they're using a different communications network from the rest of Monkey Security. We cannot obtain their exact locations with Sexton's permissions, but if we can use Sexton's permissions to connect to that network and crack their firewall, we might be able to see the location. That said, it'll probably take a full day to crack it with the Elmo's current equipment, though. Well, we'll just start by trying to crack it. Deer begins his work, and like he said, the progress bar on the monitor is scrolling along. I sink into thought, and then I suddenly think of something and look toward the Dandegate. Say, Dandelion, isn't cracking your forte? You're terrible, Commander. You only want me for my cryptanalysis. It's enough to make me cry. I'm sorry, but can you help us out? Well, like that boy said, the Elmo's systems don't support cracking. As for me, my processing power is limited to that of this tiny Dandegate. Have you forgotten that all the signal markers are destroyed and my connection to the outside world has been severed? Commander, look at this. Deer suddenly exclaims when I look at the command terminal screen. Opposition signal security level has suddenly fallen. Deer begins tapping on the screen before I tell him to. Wait. They voluntarily lowered their own security level? There's a chance now. They lowered it? Did they encounter 404? So they lowered their security level to be compatible with 404 security channels. That means that we don't have much time to do this given our current speed. The progress bar visibly pick up speed, but the estimated completion time shows the operation will take close to an hour to finish. Damn it, we're too slow. Dandegate flies up to the screen and mono-eye flashes. Then, Dandelion projects her image and smiles smugly as she speaks to me. Well, if they lowered their security to this level, I might be able to do something about it. However, I can't handle the encrypted signal of this level alone. Tell me what you need. You know me so well, Commander. Can I borrow those cute little dolls of yours? You're not going to do anything dangerous, are you? Relax. I'll return them all in one piece after I'm done. I'll set myself up as the relay, so even if the offensive barriers trigger, I'll be the only one melted down. Well, have I allayed your concerns? Soon after processing power reaches the command system, Dandegate perches on the command terminal and begins to work. Looks like there were offensive barriers after all. Time for me to show you what I can do. Everyone, I need you to focus your forces on the weakest part of the enemy protocol. I'll assist you from the outside and keep you from being contaminated by the enemy data. If we're ready, then let's go, go, go. Okay. I'll get Diane in here.
注意听，请吩咐。了解。
Let's do this shit. Alright. You are about to get a fucking
周恒违约，立地成兵。
Yo, ready for this? Go back. Alright.
为您服务。
Let's move girls actually first.
了解。
And then I'll take Nemesis so she can take up cover there.
明白。开火！清除完行动中。为您服务。
I love Quincy, man. Every fucking time.
崩兔子之灵劫。
It looks so fucking stupid. Okay. Alright. Goodbye.
交易。注意听。
I'm actually gonna go over and shoot this guy. Can I? No.
为您，目标确认。
No. Oh, maybe. God damn it. Okay.
请
No
吩
fun
咐。
for me.
乐意报酬。行动。
We're in. Connect to the channel. The system indicates that the cracking sound was successful. The cracking was successful, and the deer begins eavesdropping on them. After some crackling noises, a couple of voices are clearly audible on the channel. I am here now. Belka, destroy the amplifier. 404, cut all comms now. That's Klukai's voice. So they've encountered each other already. What should we do? Should we contact 404? No can do. They've gone silent, and using Mongi frequency to establish comms will be really risky. Can we obtain their position from the transmission just now? Sure can. Right, send to the Groza. Groza, we've got an approximate location of 404, sending it over now. Head there ASAP. Also, take Sextons with you. Use it to correct your course along the way. Must we? She can perform course corrections from aboard the Elmo. The opposition's permissions outrank Sexton, so I'll be on a 3rd gen doll. Right now she's affiliated with the Elmo, and so having some extra fighting power will help with the upcoming op. Understood. I'll leave the Nemesis and Coffney here to defend the Elmo. Everyone else go to help hide 404. Roger that. I'm counting on you. Groza ends the transmission and prepares to head out. As for me, I pause to think before sending a transmission to Centaureissi. Centaureissi, Sitrep. The enemy has attempted 2 counterattacks. We repulsed them both. They might continue to try seizing this location, though. Abandon the base station and return to the Elmo. Just like that, Master? Monkey will lower the guard once we abandon the base station. However, I think for a moment. Before that, send one last message from it. What kind of message? Use Morse code and broadcast in clear text. Where are you? Alright, I will do so now. Soon, Groza's jeep leaves the Elmo and races off into the distance. Meanwhile, a series of long and short tones repeat through my earpiece, and I pray that it will convey a adequate hope. Come on, you have to make it.
出色的指挥，长官，让我来弹奏一曲，庆祝胜利吧。
I got a little T-shirt from the Zucchero Cafe. Hey. All right, cool. That was fun. And I get 2 more supply tickets too. Ooh, wow. Did we sell one? We got some more. We're good. Diane's just back here. Flame. Oh my lord. Look at that. This is very cute. Hi. Zucchero merch for the rest of the collapse pieces. I'll grab this Black Heath Rev. And also this Ice Velvet. And then I'll grab these and liquidate. Oh wait, no, we can just do it right now. Supplies. Wow.
猎物就在附近，火在这里，
I'm just gonna use Ulrid.
相信我的准度，
Oh, she didn't hit the crit. Feels bad.
小声些。相信我的准度，嘘，小声些。行动中，为您服务。哼，为您服务。请吩咐。为您服务。小声些。乐意帮忙。相信我的准度。嘘，小声些。明白。相信我的准度。嘘，小声些。终结之时。嘘，小声些。
I can just activate this, which is fine. I'm just gonna pull a little bit of an oopsie doodle.
别眨眼，你会看不到我。嘘，小声些。
Oh, perfect. Look at that. Doink.
Hmm.
And they can't even go anywhere. Alright, we got some enemies over here. Activate this. And I'll just sort of... There we go.
Much better.
好的招你。
我在这里。行动中，
That's all I
行动
need.
中。
了解。
为您服务。乐意帮。
Nice.
哼，明白。
行动。
Kaboom.
开火！这是大家共同努力的结果。
Yeah. Yes. I need that frame. What's this? Oh, that's interesting. I think I'll take Ulrid
猎物就在附近。
here. Eliminate the Aegis swap artillery. Oh, that's nothing new. Okay, that's fine. I'll just bring.
我想保护大家。
Make it easy. This is fine.
我想要帮助大家。
小声些。为您服务。行动中。小声些。
目标确认。
Honestly, I don't really need that. I'll move here instead. Still doesn't seem to change much though. I think I need to kill someone
我
first.
在这里。
We'll make this easy.
明白。
请发命令。
相信我的准度。
Jesus, that guy is more
小
than
声些。
dead. He is just eviscerated. Kind of
乐
fun.
意帮。
请发命令。
相信我的准度。
Later.
小声些。
Can I shoot this guy in the fucking head? Oh, I can.
我在这里。
Bam.
小声些。
And then.
终结之时。
And now I can move over here. Perfect.
目标确认。
Yeah.
行动。
Yo.
请吩咐。
How about we give him a little something to think about?
收到，长官。
Oh, did I just crash my game? That's so fucking funny.
小声些。
I almost crashed my game
了解。
because my wife is too fucking insane with the particle effects.
是。
That is so funny. What?
火在这里。
I just realized I can't get out of here. Bug it.
火在这里。
Go over here and then just hit this dude. Lol.
乐意吧。
请下命令。
贯穿，贯穿。
那个。
I'll just set up a defensive perimeter here so I
了解。
can win the counter attack.
那个。
And then for here, can I shoot any of them there? No. But I can do this.
行动中。
请下命令。
Nice.
请下命令。行动。
There we go. Stop. Wow. You guys fucking hate
行
me.
动。
That's what you get. Oi.
是。
We need a little back up here.
明白。
请下命令。
小声些，
目标确认。
Over here.
小声些，
Over here.
行动中。
And the wife over here.
“茶歇时刻”，小声些，
了解。目标确认。
Later.
行动中。
已就位，各自准备。
小声些。
Delicious.
相比胜利，大家平安无事更令我感到开心。
God. The final photo finish. Oh my god. I love my wife. Ah. Oh, okay. We can do a little merge here. Yeah. Perfect. Alrighty. Portrait frame. Yoink. This fucking shirt. That's so funny. You can just set a shirt as your fucking merch. Alright. Yes. Another McDonald revolver. And the sketch
吃惊什么呢？
Not too bad, I'd say. About 20 wishes. I'll get her V2 in no time. And these will refresh tomorrow as well. Nice. GG's everyone. That was fun as fuck.
活力十足是件好事。
My god. Holy shit. Oh, the crit rate attack boost. Oh, yes. Give me that shit.
你，是新的任务。交给我吧。
Me and the girls frontline too. Can't wait. Okay. It's crazy. "20 seconds. All right, let's go.
少前二，追放。
I can't fucking wait, dude.
这么匆忙，别担心，闪电乐意效劳。
There she is. Hold on. Okay. Look at them. They're so fucking pretty.
活力十足是件好事。
Okay. I'll do the trial first. Gotta respect the med. Get rid of this dude.
为您服务。
The curtsy.
茶歇时刻。该清理一下。相比胜利，大家平安无事更令我感到开心。
All right. Here it comes. Oh man, I was so fucking hyped. All right. My heart, dude. First 10 goal. We're keeping it simple. Okay. What's up? Another hair. What is... Okay, got the purple at least. No shot.
吃惊什么呢？第一次见，用刀才厉害，好吧？
never raise you again. It was bound to happen though. I have not lost a single 50-50 until now. I'm actually so pissed off. The first time I ever lose 50-50 on a banner that I actually want the character. It's like clockwork, man. Every time I want a fucking character, I keep losing 50-50. Every character up until this point, I sort of wanted and maybe just pulled on a whim. But when I'm actually hyped for a fucking character, they can sense it. They can fucking sense it every fucking time. I'll kill myself. Welcome home, Racy.
桑朵莱西为您服务，长官。今天的红茶，请放心交给我吧。
Now, immediately raising her all the way to 60. Hold up. Let that all first start. Oh my god, I got... Alright. A little earlier still, we're good. There it is. We can also get Ulrids as well. So cute. Oh my god. Alright. Raising you immediately.
特训结束。 还能更好。
It's fine, I got this.
再提高些标准吧。还不够。
Oh my god, that's still not enough. 还不够，你说？太努力了呢。9,000. There it is. Can't marry her just yet. How you doing? Slightly early.
"桑朵莱西为您服务。长官，今天的红茶，请放心交给我吧。
That's what I'm fucking talking about, dude. No 50-50 lost here, except for one.
哇，是有不得了的大麻烦出现了吗？人家可以考虑帮忙解决哦。嘿嘿。
Not fucking bad. Okay. Heat recovery if active increases healing damage dealt. That's fucking crazy. Okay, go again. My first shark ray. I got more Cassinians than shark rays. "
进步是必须的，
请吩咐。
Okay, you know, she's a combat maid. She can do this just fine.
请翻阅。
为您服务。了解。小声些。
请翻阅。
行动。我会尽
心情松松，
小声些。
听我指令。
so
相
much
信我
fun.
的准度。小声些，
And the coup de grace.
小声些，这是大家共同努力的结果。
30 wishes. Oh, I see.
Hmm.
引力改变了新的轨迹，
You know what? I'm not
将我牵引到这里。彭诺诺，入队。
definitely more though, dude. Hmm.